Rodriguez, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Be on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus William Schultz, Clifford Frost, Myra Rodriguez, Rose Rook, Marianne Sheridan, and Kenneth Thompson. Council appearance.
Good morning, LaDonna Logan on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Kayla Reno appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Bellotta, on behalf of Rose Rook, who's present in the front row.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Attorney David Gilbert, appearing on behalf of Mr. Kenneth Thompson. Mr. Thompson is standing in the courtroom to my immediate right. Mr. Thompson, you may identify yourself for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Rightfully appearing on behalf of Ms. Rodriguez, who's present.
Our Judge Dave Coleman appearing on behalf of Mr. Choate. He is here seated right in front of me.
Good morning, Kevin Kiewski appearing on behalf of Mr. Frost, seated immediately behind me.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney John Freeman on behalf of Marianne Sheridan, who's behind me.
Okay, today's or it's day 7 to continue with the defense witnesses. My understanding is that your first witness is
Sorry, I can't hear you.
my understanding is your first witness is to recall Agent Shock.
That's correct, Your Honor. There is a matter I want to put on the record before we begin.
You can do so at this time.
Sorry?
You can do so at this time.
Thank you. Your Honor, yesterday, the people rested your case. And so, and for the record, making a motion. Before I make the motion, I want to just tell the court, I'm aware the court has indicated that the court is going to has requested or briefing on this and before we hold the decision until later. But I want to make the motion now because the prosecution and the court rule MCR 6.110 capital F states that it says if after considering the evidence, the court determines that probable cause does not exist to believe that either an offense has been committed or the defendant has committed it, the court must discharge the defendant without prejudice of the prosecutor initiating the subsequent prosecution for the same offense, or reduce the charge to an offense that's not. That's the section I'm moving under. And just very briefly, the reason that I think I need to move for that now is because every one of the charges in this case, all 8 felonies require a specific intent by Ms. Rook to defraud or cheat somebody. And not only is there no evidence, direct evidence of that in this case, there's been evidence. I think it's somewhat overwhelming that the electors were all told that this was going to be an alternate slate. In fact, even in the affidavit in this case, that was said to the electors. And having seen no evidence to the contrary throughout this entire proceeding, and having, I don't want to say browed the agent, but asked a million questions of the agent, trying to find it, not even closing the questions, and you can't find it. So that reason, and also the reason that forgery requires that someone actually makes the document, makes counterfeits, does something affirmative. There's been no affirmative evidence that this Rook did anything to create a false document, and Mr. Investigator Shock has said as much. In regard to Hank Show, I don't think the evidence is any different as far as my point. Finally, as far as lettering and publishing, my client did not do the one act that I heard during this proceeding that people did, according to the case agent, to publish, which was walking to the Capitol. My client was not in that group, and there's no evidence that she walked to the Capitol and tried to publish it. So for all those reasons, I make that motion now to charge this from this criminal case. Thank you.
Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Sheridan, I'm joining the motion, and I think that it's been overwhelmingly clear that the evidence against Ms. Sheridan, specifically that there was reliance on documentation and communications with an attorney, Mr. Chesbro, that included legal argument. It included reference to the Hawaii case. And there was a whole, I think I characterized it during the questioning, as a mountain of stuff that goes to negate any criminal intent by Ms. Sheridan. I echo what Mr. Bellotta has said. And I'm making that same sort of motion based not only on my comments now, but just the totality of what we've experienced during the prosecution's case.
Ma'am, Your Honor, from
Yes.
a procedural issue, I also intended to ask that the charges against Mr. Thompson be paused. However, I guess it would be up to the court to indicate, because each defendant is situated perhaps somewhat differently. If the court wants to hear from us individually as related, or maybe hear the totality of the arguments and maybe something one says might help the court in the decision with everything. So do you want to hear my arguments now from Mr. Thompson?
No, because you're gonna all brief your arguments.
Should I hold my argument until?
Yeah. There's no one's argument is being considered today.
I was
and
making it for the record, as I made clear.
Yeah.
in my comments.
And typically, she would have made an argument first, and then you would have made your argument, then she would re-argue. But I understood he wanted to put his motion on for his special purpose. If you want to join in that motion, you don't need to make any individual statements at this time unless there's something unique. But again, your arguments and his must be put in writing.
I would also join it.
I would like to address the court, though, still at the conclusion, the court must consider all the evidence presented, including the credibility of the witness testimony, and determine on that basis whether there is probable cause to believe the defendant committed a crime, whether the evidence presented is sufficient to cause a person of ordinary belief of the accused guilt. And the key here is including the credibility of the witness. So even though we may have some factual disputes, the court can look at the credibility of the witness, and that goes to People versus Anderson, 501, Michigan 175, page 178, 2018. And then that refers to People versus Yost, 468, Michigan 12, at page 126, the case is 2003. And it's my understanding that according to the court rules, I'm not sure. I know the court wants things briefed, and that's within the court's discretion, but I don't know that that's a requirement for me to be able to make the motion at this point. I know where the court is concerned with the prosecutor having the argument or having the ability to argue her case. But the purpose of the preliminary exam in part is to weed out any case that really doesn't stand a chance, so to speak. I understand what the court's responsibilities and jobs are. It's a probable cause level, which is very low, and I acknowledge that. And what the court, I think, if I were sitting in the court's position, what my biggest struggle would be, is there enough credible evidence to establish a crime is committed and that specifically Mr. Thompson committed. So that's my argument. If the court says that you want briefs on it, I'll accept that, but I'm just saying, I don't see where I'm prohibited from making the motion at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I just joined the motion. I won't make any argument.
Join the motion as well, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Frost.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I joined in the comments of everybody, not just Mr. Plata. I think it is important to note, though, procedurally, that we're making a motion now at the end of the people's case before any further evidence is introduced. So I think at some point when the court analyzes this aspect of our final
Motions are to be made at the end of the exam, not at the end of the prosecution's case.
Well, we're making this motion. I'm making this motion on behalf of the sheriff now.
I recognize that, but then you all are not finished with the exam. So I have to
Well,
consider all the information that's brought in
Well,
during
Your
this
Honor,
exam.
so these are separate dockets, separate cases.
I'm talking, I get that.
I'm not the one who's calling a witness. As far as I'm concerned, the exam is over.
Oh, so you're not going to ask any further questions?
I didn't say that.
If you ask questions, you're not done.
Your Honor, I don't want to,
If you're gonna elicit testimony responses, you're not done.
my intention is not to go back and forth with the court on this. I just want the record to be clear that my position here now, right now, I understand where
I
you're coming
recognize
from,
that.
is that at a future point in time, I'd ask that the court, and I'll put this in writing, that the court evaluate where we are as of this moment when the motion's being made.
Okay, the court's gonna follow the court rule as it relates to review of the evidence at the preliminary examination. And the court rule doesn't allow me to bifurcate that to you make a motion now and then you call some witnesses. If a witness is on the stand and that's not called by the people because the people have rested. So you can now have the right to call witnesses, you can rest. He's decided he was going to call some witnesses. If he calls witnesses and you decide that you're going to latch on and use those witnesses, then you've not rested. You've continued to present evidence. And so if this is just gonna be his witness, that's fine, it'll just be his witness. But you've all been advised of how the court's going to consider your questioning of this witness and causing this exam to continue any further. Because typically 9 times out of 10, defense doesn't even call witnesses in a preliminary examination.
This is more different than 9 out of 10 cases.
I'm more than aware because 9 times out of 10, I don't have 7 days straight of exam. I probably could have cut you off a long time ago, but I wanted you all to have more than enough time to delve into the evidence because there's so much evidence in this case. And I recognize all that's at stake in this case as well. So that's why I've been so lenient with allowing the amount of time. But at this point, the exam is not concluded if we still have witnesses, at least right now, as it relates to Mr. Bellotta and his representation of Ms. Rook. I know that none of you all have subpoenaed witnesses here today.
Can I ask a
Yes.
clarifying question? So there are 2 proposed witnesses for today that Mr. Bellotta and perhaps others intend to call. One is Shock, the other is Mr. Zam. If I choose to have as part of the case, the defense case on behalf of Ms. Sheridan to include one of those witnesses, but not the other, am I free to do that?
You're free to call, yeah, whoever you want to call as your witness, you mean?
Well, no.
Or
so
to question one of them?
Well, we had talked about, for scheduling purposes, that Agent Shock was going to go on first.
Correct.
So it may very well be that I don't have any questions of Mr. Shock. And therefore, on behalf of Ms. Sheridan, I would carve out whatever Shock says today as not being part of the defense case on behalf of Ms. Sheridan. However, with Mr. Zamet, I may have questions and I may want to incorporate whatever comes out through Zamet as part of the defense presentation on behalf of Ms. Sheridan. So I guess what I'm inquiring about is because the court said that if I ask questions of the witness, then I'm not done on behalf of my client.
You're not, the exam is not finished, it's not concluded if you're taking bites at the apple still.
Okay, so if I choose to take a bite at the apple of Mr. Zamet, but not Agent Shock, then I assume at the time that the court evaluates the evidence as it relates to Ms. Sheridan, the court would not consider what happens today with Agent Shock because I didn't.
Correct. And what happens today with Agent Shock will not be what happened in the last 6 days. He's being called for a limited purpose. I'm not allowing anybody to get more than 15 minutes. We're moving on. We're moving on. This is a preliminary exam, not a trial. And we're finishing today at a certain time.
I appreciate the court's timing. However, my cross-examination was interrupted for the purpose of allowing somebody else to go, and the court had indicated that I could recall him.
I've taken that into consideration, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna allow you to go on for an hour today, because even after we allowed it to be continued, you came back, you asked more questions, and there was at least one question that he was supposed to get some information on. I know for you, and I believe it was for you, but it could have been for Kalman, that he was supposed to get information on because he couldn't remember and he had to refresh his recollection. But to think that we're going to go on for 3-4 hours with Agent Shock today and rehash things that we've already done, we're not doing that. At this point, the court has to whittle it down and we have to end this today by 2 o'clock.
And I understand that. My point being, I respect the 15 minutes. I don't want to go any longer than what, but I really think it would be unfair for my cross-examination to have been interrupted, plus the prosecuting attorney, and me not allowed to come back and finish the cross-examination. I don't have any intent on rehashing things that everybody else has said unless it's specific to my client. But I'm going to ask for the time needed without dragging it out. I think the court would agree with me. I think I've been fairly timely and straightforward with my cross-examination.
You will get sufficient time to have your questions asked, but we're not going to rehash the things that we've already gone over multiple times. Some of you have repeated the same questions. I think that the gist of what you needed from him has been elicited or not. But there were questions that I know that you all did not get to answers to because he needed to refresh his recollection, and you specifically did say you would pass over in the interest of time.
And just for the record, he did later answer my question, so there's no need to rehash that. I'm just asking the court to consider my position of 15 minutes. That's basically
15 minutes.
Judge, so it's my understanding that we present no witnesses on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez, that we're ready to rest, that we really don't have a thought to fight with respect to other counsel present this witness. We're prepared to brief all the issues, the insufficiency of the evidence. So I don't see the purpose of us staying long.
You and your client want to be excused at this point, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
That's more than your right to be excused at this time.
Thank
Any objection to them being excused?
No.
Okay. Ms. Rodriguez, you're free to go.
Yeah, I already did that. Yes, we don't have any witnesses to present, Judge.
Okay, and you don't intend to cross-examine Mr. Zaman?
No, Judge.
Okay.
We're satisfied with
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, your attorney is excusing you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other issues before we call your witnesses?
No, no. Oh, I want to say one preparatory thing to what the court just said about 15 minutes. This is obviously our defense case in chief here, and two things. One, the order of Agent Shock was different, so I need to ask them questions about what.
You're not going on for hours today.
Not going on for
It's not gonna happen.
I understand, but I'm saying.
This is not a trial.
Understand. Okay, ready for him, let's go. Defense calls Agent Shock.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can have a seat.
Investigator Shock, last time you and I spoke and I cross-examined you, you said you needed to go back and examine, I think you called it the totality of the investigation, to find out the answer to one of my questions. And I'm going to remind you of the question. You can tell me if this is the question you remember also. Did Rose Rook ever publicly declare to anybody or make any post or do anything to say that she was a duly elected elector?
I didn't hear your answer.
No, Your Honor.
She didn't do anything to indicate that, correct? So you, next question is, did Rose Rook, based on your evidence, do anything to say that the Republican slate was somehow superior to the Democratic slate?
No.
You know what I mean by superior, right? It took precedence over?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
And your answer is the same, correct?
Yes.
And then the questions that Mr. Coleman asked on his cross-examination about Hank Cho not doing any affirmative act to make or counterfeit People's Exhibit 11, the slate. You said that there wasn't any evidence. Would that answer apply also to Ms. Rook, that she didn't, there's no evidence that she made the document or,
That's correct.
or did anything affirmative to the document besides signing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you agree that Rose Rook did not walk to the Capitol, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And I want to ask you about Mr. Renner's testimony. He testified, and I asked him, were the electors ever told that the documents were going to be mailed to the archives or the Senate, anywhere in DC? You were probably, he said, no one ever told him that. You remember that?
I remember what he said, yes.
Okay, and you don't have any evidence that electors told, oh, sorry, that anyone told Rose Rook that they would be mailing the documents to Washington DC, to the
No.
Senate or to archives. You would agree with me, there's no evidence of that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now you said, I think this may have been upon questioning of Judge Simmons, but you said that you thought she was asking you questions about whether it was fraud, what these people did. You said you viewed it as, and I wrote this down, you can confirm this, if this is still, if this is what you said, a concerted effort to create a slate to present to Vice President Pence to cause a pause in the counting of votes. That's what you thought they were doing, is that right?
Yes, but fraud is what I intended.
Okay, fraud, right, but that's
Yeah.
how they were committing the fraud, right?
Yes.
Do you have any evidence, or I should say, you don't have any evidence that Rose Rook was told that they're trying to pause the, to muck up the system by her signing a document to create a pause in the counting of votes? You have no evidence that she was specifically told that, do you?
Could you repeat that?
Do you have any evidence that Ms. Rook was told that the goal of signing this document was to create a pause in the counting of votes by getting Vice President Pence to?
She was told that specifically? No.
Yeah, you have no evidence that she was told that, correct?
No.
You do have evidence.
Correct. Sorry,
Oh.
we're moving quick. I know.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to go quickly. I'm trying to
Yes.
comply with the judge.
You're fine.
Thank you. Now, you agree that Mr. Renner, when he testified, he was extremely detailed and careful. He remembered things like the interview with the FBI agents, the archive agents was 22 to 23 minutes. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Would you agree that Mr. Renner appeared to be very, very careful with his testimony?
Yeah.
And very precise, correct?
Yes.
He told everybody what he knew, what he didn't know, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any reason in your investigation to think that Mr. Renner was coming here and telling any false statements, do you?
No.
And he told you that nobody explained that day on December 14th, 2020 to the electors what it meant to be a duly elected elector versus being elected as an elector candidate. Do you remember that testimony?
I don't recall that specific.
Do you remember him specifically testifying that he believed he was a duly elected elector based on the voice vote when he got chosen to be an alternate?
Yeah.
You don't have any evidence that Rose Rook was explained what a duly elected elector was as opposed to being elected to be an elector candidate. You don't have any evidence that anyone explained the difference to my client, do you?
No.
And unlike Mr. Renner, you would agree that you don't have any evidence that she saw the pages previous to the signature page. You don't have any specific evidence that she saw those pages. Correct. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me, we've heard lots of testimony on this, that this plan if the plan was that by signing these documents, that was going to replace the Democratic slate, you agree that that plan would have no chance of success unless there was some contingent event happening, either a recount, a court decision, or the legislature taking some action. You would agree that just alone, the way People's Exhibit looks right now, it had no chance of being counted. Correct?
No,
You don't agree with that?
no, sir.
You heard the testimony of I think it was your cross-examination on Friday by Mr. Am I saying that right?
Kievsky, it's
Yes,
okay,
yes,
it's complicated in
yeah,
Polish.
He asked you, and you said that Vice President Pence would have to violate the law to accept those, the slate as it was, correct?
Yes, and that's, I mean, there's a possibility that it could take place.
Okay. All right. And the message exchange that the prosecution showed you yesterday between Ms. Facinello and Ms. Maddock, where Ms. Maddock states we are no longer electors, and Facinello states only if the president had won. Do you remember that exchange?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Rook was not on that exchange, was she?
No, sir.
And you have no reason to believe she knew about that exchange, do you?
No.
Mr. Renner testified that he was relying on Ms. Burden and Ms. Rodriguez and their announced positions. Remember how he said that they said that they were, I think Ms. Burden said she was the president of the, or chairman of the Electoral College, something like that. Remember his testimony?
Yes.
That she had some official position. You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember do you remember Mr. Renner also said that Ms. Rodriguez said that she was the secretary, I believe?
Yeah.
Or had some position also, correct?
Correct.
You remember what he said? He was relying on them to sign the document? Remember that?
Yes.
Do you think it was unreasonable for him to rely on that? On those two people?
I don't know. I'm trying to look at.
You don't know,
I don't know. I don't know. It would cause me to guess, and I don't want.
I don't want you to guess.
Yeah.
You don't know. That's fine. Okay. The document. I'll show you. Can I reach over?
Yes.
Show you appendix A. I need to ask you, how did you get? Because you were asked questions about how you got this document. Did you have a copy of Appendix Exhibit A prior to July 18, 2023, when you swore to the affidavit?
The complete version, no.
Okay. When you say complete, you mean signed versus unsigned?
Yes.
Okay. So, did you receive a signed copy of Offense Exhibit A in March of 2023 when it was provided to you by Troy Hudson's counsel? If you recall.
No.
You did not get a signed copy from his counsel?
No.
You said that Laura Cox wasn't charged in this case because of her, you said you described it as limited involvement. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Is that why she
But-
wasn't charged because of limited involvement?
Well, I don't make the charging decision, but I had limited.
Let me just rephrase it so that I don't have you answer
Oh.
something you can't answer.
Okay.
When I say charge, I mean recommend charge.
Okay.
I'll be more. So, do you not recommend charges against Ms. Cox because of her limited involvement? I believe you testified earlier.
Yes, at that time.
Okay, but you know now that she was the one that caused somebody at the Michigan Republican Party to reach out to these people and bring them to the headquarters on December 14th, 2020, correct?
Yeah.
You know that in your investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know she was dealing directly with lawyers from the Trump campaign about what they wanted the document to be And she was trying to say what she wanted her them to sign in a different document. Isn't that correct?
She wasn't real clear on that.
Yeah, but she, you know, from your investigation, she talked about there's negotiations between the Trump lawyers and Stu Sam, or the Michigan Republican Party lawyer, about what this document that the electors are going to sign should look like. Do you remember that?
I don't.
You heard the testimony of Dan Schwager, who's general counsel to the Secretary of the United States Senate, correct?
Yes,
You saw him on the screen up there when you beamed him from Washington, remember that?
yes,
And he testified that a lot of people did not understand the electoral process in 2020. Do you remember that testimony?
yes,
And Mr. Renner testified he didn't understand it, correct?
yes. That's
And you don't have any additional evidence that you haven't already introduced that Rose Rook had some understanding of the electoral college process that these other people didn't, do you?
I don't have any addition.
Come on, Ms. Glenn. How am I doing on time?
You're doing excellent. We'll give you an extra 5 minutes.
All right. Okay. Now, I want to ask you about the proffer. Ms. Rook came, we talked about it a little bit, but based on the other information that came down, I want to ask you a question. On May the 22nd of 2023, Ms. Rook and myself joined you and some other folks in some giant building, some nondescript building. Where were we now? Remember?
I believe it was here in Lansing at the Williams building.
Okay. And this, my questions now are going to go to, asking you why you, despite what happened, I'm going to ask you about why you ultimately recommended charges for Rose. Okay. And what I want to ask you about is the proffer. And the people that were there were you, me, Rose, Rook, and Eddie Torres. Was that investigator that was helping you?
Yes,
Mr. Torres, or Investigator Torres was there, correct?
yes,
Aaron Van Langeveld. He was present, correct?
yes, I believe so.
And he was actually one of the 4 members of the State Board of Canvassers in the 2020 presidential election. Wasn't
Yes,
he? But he was nonetheless on the case, correct?
yes.
Is he still on the case, if you know?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. So he was there, and then his boss was there. Do you know who Danielle Hageman Clark is?
Yeah.
Is she the chief of the Attorney General's Criminal and Appellate Division?
She is not. I don't recall what her title was at the time.
Okay. Do you remember Ms. Rook testified? No, sorry, not testified. Ms. Rook gave a proffer, and I see the Assistant Attorney General getting ready to stand up. I'm not going to ask for the introduction of this evidence for the truth of the matter asserted, but only to ask him, in light of this evidence, Judge, why did you do what you did, asking for charges? Okay, so the question is, was there a break? Do you recall a bathroom break that we took in the middle of the meeting where we went?
Yes, there's 2 parts of the recorded conversation, and I think it's.
Okay, so after the first part of the recorded conversation happened, there was a break, right?
Okay.
And I don't remember if you maybe took Rose, someone took Rose to the bathroom. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Do you remember a conversation I was having with Danielle Hageman Clark, where Miss Clark stated that she believed Rose wasn't trying to defraud anybody? She believed my claim. Do you remember her? Did you? You may not have been there to hear it. I'm just asking if you heard that statement. Did you?
My recollection is I took the bathroom break as well, so I don't recall a conversation like that.
If you don't remember, that's what it is. I had to ask.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'll move on. I guess I want to ask you this question. My last minute or so. Before I ask you the final question, I need to ask you 3 or 4 quick questions just to set up my question. So, you remember Mr. Renner testifying that allegations of improprieties were swirling. I wrote that quote down. You remember that? That it was swirling. Things were swirling around. About there might have been fraud. He particularly was concerned about Wayne County. where he was talking about the TCF center. That was one of his concerns. I
Yeah.
believe. So, and he called it grave concerns. He had grave concerns. You remember that testimony?
I don't,
Okay. And so that, but you do remember the part that you remember, right? And then the second fact I want to ask you about is, you agree that the electors, as best you can tell, were told by Sean Flynn that they need to sign this to be an alternate slate. Correct?
and by others.
Yes. And you also agree that there's nothing financially in it for Ms. Rook to have signed it. She's not trying to make any money. There's no potential financial windfall or any kind of money at stake, correct?
Yeah, we covered that.
Yeah, again, this is just a set of questions. So
okay.
all these facts, would you agree that Ms. Rook and these other folks were put in a very perilous situation by the Michigan Republican Party and the Trump attorneys by having them sign this document in this unprecedented situation? They were put in a tough spot, weren't they? This is my question.
No, I mean, I wouldn't agree with that description.
Have you had any, given everything you've heard, all the questions, have you had any, on a personal level, do you feel bad that you brought these charges now that you realize what the evidence is?
Objection, relevance, it's irrelevant.
So it's
I
personal
think if
feelings.
he realizes that you shouldn't be here, then you can answer. If he says, no, I feel great, then that's fine.
No, you ask someone a personal feelings, you still feel bad.
Yeah, do you
People-
feel?
Officers
You
can,
feel it's unfair.
officers can have sympathy. That doesn't mean that comes into play as to the evidence.
True. Do you feel that you're being unfair?
I feel that I did my job is in terms of being unfair now.
Oh, thank you. That's all I have.
Do you know Mr. Thompson?
Yes, yes, I know who he is.
And is it fair, you've been to his house?
Yes, sir.
Don't give us his address, but approximately how far is it from his house to Lansing to the annex on a typical day? In time, mileage doesn't matter. If you had to-
I'm guessing an hour. Yeah,
About an hour.
I'm guessing an
And that
hour.
would be consistent to what, I think Mr.
Somebody
Hud-
said that,
Mr.
yeah.
Mr. Hudson, you wouldn't disagree with that then?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Hudson also indicated that they, when he testified that there were vacancies that had to be filled because 2 electors didn't show. He also testified that he heard some conversation about trying to fill those. If some of those phone calls were made to Mr. Thompson, trying to get him there, would you agree with me that he could most likely would have been one of the last ones, if not the actual last elector to get there?
I wouldn't agree with that. I know that it sounds like through my investigation that the party or the party leaders knew that some people weren't going to show up. In fact, Terry Lynn Land apparently had a conversation with Laura Cox days before, said that she wasn't going to appear. Through my investigation, Gerald Wall was sick at the time. So in terms of, I know that others have testified to, and I'm not disagreeing with the fact that they made phone calls that day, but who they were calling specifically to get there and what time period those phone calls were made to Mr. Thompson, I don't have evidence of that. So I guess what I'm trying to say is when he was called, I don't know when he was called.
But would it be fair to say that if he was called that day, late in the, I guess it would have been in the morning still, that he would have been likely one of the last electors to arrive? And at that point, he wouldn't even have been elected. If you disagree, just say.
I disagree. Yeah, I disagree.
That's fine. Mr. Renner was the other alternate elector, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is kind of very broad question. I can go through it one by one, but for expediency purpose, Can you tell me what the difference between James Renner is and Mr. Thompson when it comes to the facts and circumstances of this case?
So they were both alternate electors.
Correct.
As Mr. Renner had indicated, there was a voice vote, but when he was presented the document was already filled out with his name on it.
All right. So you're saying
So-
that could
so-
be a
so-
difference?
To answer your question, I haven't received that information from Mr. Thompson. I know that document as an alternate elector, has been filled out with his name on it and then signed off by Mrs. Burden.
Okay, so Mr. Renner knew when he got there that the document was filled out. What impact would that have on Mr. Thompson, whether he knew or even if the document had been filled out? What, I guess it's so what if it had been filled out prior to him getting there?
I don't know.
So there is no real distinction between Mr. Renner and Mr. Thompson on that issue, correct?
I'm not sure what issue.
Well,
If
you
if
just
could
said,
ask.
you had said, I was asking for you to differentiate or distinctions between their conduct. And you said one of the issues that you thought might be different is whether a document replacing them as an alternate had been filled out prior to the elector seeking, the proposed elector seeing. What does that got to do with then the underlying requirements for there have been a crime committed, whether that document was filled out when he got there or not?
I'm just saying, I don't know if his document was filled out. To answer
Okay,
to answer the fact that is there a distinction between the two? I don't see the distinction between.
all right. And what other conduct was it that you can testify to that Mr. Thompson did, or affirmative action that he did that Mr. Renner didn't also do? And I'll kind of go through what I can remember of bullet point.
Yeah.
They both appeared that day.
Yes,
sometime.
you want.
They both signed the same document. Correct. Well, actually, they signed their own acceptance or the certification.
Okay.
They signed the vote sheet, the vote tally sheet, correct? I can't
Yeah,
remember
yes,
what exhibit
yes,
it was.
yes.
They both went over to the Capitol. Neither one of them carried anything over to the Capitol. Correct?
Correct.
I just had his name. I don't remember who it was that carried that over there. Northern, there you go. You had testified that you agreed that none of the electors went over there. Would you disagree with Captain, is it Cap? Yeah, I may have the wrong name.
No, sorry, I was gonna just stand up and just correct the question. None of the electors went over. We know some of them. did. You need to
Oh,
say
I'm sorry.
that.
No, strike that portion. of the
That's what the
question.
witness, I think, was.
Okay.
Oh, no, none of the electors carried any envelope over there. Out of the ones that went, Mr. Renner went and so did Mr. Thompson, correct?
Yes.
Neither of them carried the alleged envelope, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you believe a third party actually sent the envelope containing whatever certificates or documents that eventually got to DC, that neither Mr. Renner nor Thompson mailed that. You believe it was somebody else, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So given the scope and circumstances of what happened that day, how do you differentiate Mr. Thompson's conduct from that of Mr. Renner? Is there any real difference in their conduct?
No.
All right. And you agreed that the charges pertaining to Mr. Renner, or you agreed with the charges against Mr. Renner being dismissed, didn't you?
I would object that mischaracterizes the testimony,
I think he testified early on. I'm not sure.
not to whether he agreed with the dismissal of the charges.
I can,
That wasn't a question that was objected to by me. And it was sustained.
Agreed.
let me kind of reformulate my mind here real quick. Did you ever testify, as I recall, testified that you felt that Mr. Renner was not as culpable as the rest?
I mean, the decision is made above my level to dismiss. As far as his-
That wasn't the question.
He's still culpable. The Attorney General's office made the decision to dismiss the charges through some sort of agreement. In terms of the acts, yes, he's still culpable for participating in this.
All right, and is that based again, going back to the totality of the situation or just based on specific
Yeah.
conduct, totality of it?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree with Captain Green? I believe it's now Captain Green who said that it's not a crime to assemble on government property, pretty much. I mean, he specifically stated to the annex, but would you agree with him on that remark?
Yes.
Yesterday, we heard testimony from Troy Hudson and Mr. Brader. Mr. Brader had testified that when Hawaii voted back in the 60s, they voted together, correct?
Yes.
All right, that's not the issue. He said, but they didn't in Michigan. However, in Michigan, the Republican slate was denied entry, correct?
And I don't believe Mr. Brady testified.
Actually, Mr. Brader, when he went through it, he was asked about to clarify some of the issues with Kennedy versus, or Nixon versus Kennedy. And he even went to the extent to include in his testimony that, as a matter of fact, Hawaii voted together, but Michigan didn't. And I wanted to clarify that point.
I believe that was the redirected agent shot.
No, that was just today with
My recollection is Mr. Prater said that. Mr. Prater was testimony. Sorry, that's my recollection.
Repeat your question.
as it refers to in the state of Michigan, the Republican slate was locked out, correct? They were prevented from voting with the Democrats.
No,
correct?
was that your last question as it relates to what Brader testified to?
Yes, it was, because Brader went to the extent to say that, geez, Hawaii testified together. They went into joint session and they both testified. And then he even went to the extent to say, and that didn't happen in Michigan.
I'm trying to understand what the objection is, though.
It wasn't an objection. I
Oh.
was just trying to clarify the testimony because I believe that came from Agent Shock on the
My recollection is it was.
Okay, but there was no objection, so you can continue.
All right. The point being, the Republican slate was denied access to the annex, correct?
Yes, sir.
So even if they wanted to vote together, they couldn't, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. You had multiple times, defense counsel's gotten up and said, did you even try to get this, or you even tried to get that? And on one occasion, you had indicated that you wanted to get a search warrant or a subpoena for a specific item. I don't care what that was. Were you denied any other request for a subpoena or search warrant?
Yes.
And can you recall what the specific issue or items you were looking for?
Yes, it had to do with Sean Flynn and privilege. That's what I recall.
That's fine. Do you recall or have any recollection that any subpoenas or search warrants pertaining to Mr. Thompson were denied?
No, sir.
All right. Getting to that, you said you had the GoFundMe, GoSend. What's the page? The
They
financial.
Go send, I think.
And then you had.
Gibson, go.
There you go.
Okay.
I want money.
Yes, sir.
You subpoenaed that in regards to Mr. Thompson's site,
Yes,
and did you see my name in any of that?
I don't recall.
And if you did, you knew I was his attorney at some point, correct?
At some point, yes.
And if you recognized when you went through that, and if you saw my name and you had indicated you were trying to find out who they were, if you found out that I was an attorney, would that have impacted you moving forward in other words, if you knew there was a potential defense attorney, would you move forward?
If I knew that there was privilege, no.
All right.
Or the
But
potential
even
for-
if you expected it,
Right, if there's potential for it, yes.
during part of your testimony, we were going through different things and timing events. And part of it was based on January 6th of the interruption of the count when Pence said, I'm following the law. And you indicated that civil unrest capital, there was civil unrest capital when Pence announced he was going to follow the law. What does that have to do with this case? Or was that just an anecdotal? And that would happen to be that day.
Well, what it has to do with this case is I learned that Ken Chesbro and a gentleman by the name of Mike Brown were attempting to serve the Michigan and Wisconsin slate of electors.
So were they serving
to the vice president.
Okay.
And so, but at some point, Pence announces that he's going to follow the law and he's not gonna accept that. And what I learned from talking to Mr. Chesbro at some point that Pence's staff, I don't recall if you remember which name, the staff said that we're not gonna accept those slates. He's gonna honor the law, and then that's when the Capitol riot shortly after broke.
Got it. I was trying to put that into some context.
Yeah.
But even given that, do you have any evidence specifically that Mr. Thompson knew that those documents or document whatever was going to be sent to Washington?
I believe that there's some social media, he had some social media posts. But I don't recall. So to answer your question, I don't recall.
All right.
He had quite an extensive social media post, so there was tens of thousands of pages, so
But as we sit here, you're not able to give me.
I don't recall.
And this, even if he knew it was going to Washington, DC, and that in and of itself, would that be a crime?
Just
Or would that have contributed, in your opinion, to this crime?
Yeah.
Alleged crime? All right. Do you think that Mr. Thompson or any of the electors, if they knew it was going to Washington, DC, had intended for that to create any turmoil or chaos?
Could you be more specific?
Do you think they sent that anybody that if they knew it was going, that they said, okay, we'll send it and we hope that the Capitol gets invaded?
No, sir.
Right.
Yeah, or insurrection, is that what you're referring to? No.
All right. I guess it would have been easier to say, there's nothing that you have that would indicate that these defendants had anything to do with the, what is called the J6 civil unrest event.
I don't have any evidence that, I know that, well, I know that Mrs. Maddock obviously participated in organizing buses that led to Washington, DC. She spoke at rallies there. But in terms of your client, no.
All right. If I may have covered, and then the prosecutor can jump up. You had indicated that you had meetings on a regular basis with Ms. Nessel, is that correct?
Yeah.
And that was basically at her beck and call. You didn't just walk into her office and say, hey, I need to sit down with you, correct?
Or organized by her assistant.
You were hailed, get up.
It was more organized in a more professional manner than that, but
All right.
it was scheduled.
And then you were asked something that related to a calendar. You don't keep a professional calendar?
I do, but I don't schedule those.
Right, but would those meeting dates be on that calendar?
Yes, they schedule the meeting and it automatically populates on it, so I don't schedule to clarify.
Is that your calendar or a community calendar that you use?
No, it's my calendar. It's a Teams, Microsoft,
I got it. That's
Teams type calendar.
That's the foundation, but it's basically a calendar that is for your events.
Yes, sir.
And didn't Mr. Freeman ask you about some of those dates? Well, how often did you meet? When did you meet? And he asked if you had any records of that, and you had indicated no. Was it your understanding that he was asking for notes about the meeting?
Yes, and when I did answer his question about how often we met, it was weekly.
Right. And would that calendar tell us how every meeting you had with Ms. Nussbaum?
The Microsoft.
That calendar, whatever.
Yes. Anything that's scheduled, her staff, it gets imported to the calendar.
It might even have shared information, correct?
No, it wouldn't. It's just a date and time. It's like it's like scheduling a Zoom meeting.
Fair enough.
You know.
And during these meetings, I know I covered part of the meetings. You had characterized them as basically updates, which was more than appropriate. And then what you were directed to, were you directed to investigate any specific person? Or were you directed to go where the evidence followed, led you? I said that wrong. Were you directed to follow where the evidence led you? Bless you.
I merely provided an update to the case. I didn't receive any direction about go here, go there. It just provided a briefing. And the briefing was relatively quick, less than 5 minutes. This is what I've been doing.
Okay, so it was more thanks for the update. See you later.
Yes, that's it.
All right, so you weren't told to go get this person. Were you told to ignore any pleads?
Objection asked and answered.
Agreed. He said he wasn't giving any
That's fine,
direction.
I'll withdraw. You had indicated that your investigation had become more complex or difficult to pursue based on media putting all this info out there. How would that disrupt or hinder your investigation? I mean, just because co-counsel might say the car, I disagree with that, or this is hocus or whatever. How would that impede your investigation?
People move out of state. They leave state. They destroy data and information that may be kept on computers or laptops, things like that. They refuse to cooperate in any way. There's a number of different ways that it impacts the investigation. Paper documents may be shredded. That the stories may be worked upon to coincide with one another, things like that.
Okay, so the question specifically was, did all the stuff that the media, social media, impact your ability to investigate this case?
Yeah. You're talking about post-charge, right?
At all. I mean, even during, and I'm narrowed down to specifically the media portion of it. Now, if they started, I'm not asking further specific media, because if they start adding stuff on there, yeah, you gotta go follow it.
Yeah.
But I'm asking the press releases, what the CNN said or didn't say. I mean, you had indicated that you were watching some of that, and that therefore caused you some difficulty in pursuing, because for some reason, and I want the reason why to just that portion of it.
When you say just that portion, so I'm confused. When you say just because the media started shortly after this event took place, right? And so all the way up to my investigation, there was media reports in the paper.
So that just contributed to the volume of what
to
you
the
had to look
volume
at?
of information.
All right,
Yes.
good enough.
In terms of negative impact on it, post-charging, yes. And when information like Ken Chesbro's emails are released, or the fact that we met with him and interviewed him, those are the types of things that, does that
Okay.
answer your question?
I understand that there were different things that made your job a little more difficult, or more difficult, we'll say.
Yes.
And you had talked about, and this wasn't necessarily your fault, but spoilage of evidence. You said as time goes by, people remember things differently. Some people may destroy documents. They move away, they become more combative in their cooperation. Given all of that, is there the potential that there was any evidence that would tend to clear? Is there potential that there's any evidence that was lost that would tend to clear? Either my defendant specifically or any of the other defendants?
I haven't seen it.
Because you don't have.
No, I don't know.
My question is there the potential that some evidence may have been lost? Not
Yes.
that you lost it.
Oh, okay. Yes, there's the potential. Well, there's the potential that evidence was maybe even destroyed. I don't know, to answer your question. I don't know. Because I'm speculating on that.
I don't want you to speculate. I just, in your opinion, I mean, because you said your job had become more difficult because what you felt was potential spoilage of information or evidence.
Yes.
But that would cut both ways as to good or bad for my defense.
Yes.
All right. There was some testimony, I'm not sure who indicated this, that that there was pressure put on the state legislatures to challenge or change the certified vote for the state of Michigan. Do you know if Mr. Thompson pressured any legislature from the state of Michigan to change their vote or interrupt the vote for the state of Michigan?
I know that based on social media information that I received, that he was asking them to intercede or to do something to act. I don't remember the specific based on the thousands of pages, but I remember him being active on social media. In terms of calling his representative or that, no.
Okay, well, you've answered it. You're relying on his social media to other people, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if he sent any emails to any of the legislators?
No.
Do you know if he made any phone calls?
No.
Or if he made any threats to the legislators outside of I'm not voting for you again or ever?
I'm not aware of.
If Mr. Thompson believed that the election, the way he believed it was conducted, went over to the Capitol and said, I think that y'all are getting it wrong, that Secretary of State's getting it wrong, that this election is being hijacked in favor of somebody else, because it really doesn't matter. Isn't that a free speech issue?
Yeah, we're talking about a hypothetical?
Yeah, just that alone. If he went over there and said, y'all are screwed up.
Yes, sir.
Other than that, for the record, I'd incorporate any of his prior testimony as pertains to Mr. Thompson's of this witness's As it pertains to Mr. Thompson, I would incorporate any of Mr. Schock's testimony into the defense's case. I'm sorry, I went over my 15 minutes. Thank you for indulging. No further questions.
Questions?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Bless you. Bless you.
Mr. Schock, I just want to quickly piggyback on a few of the questions that Mr. Attorney Bellata and Gilbert asked you. And just ask you about Mr. Cho.
Okay.
Did Hank Cho ever publicly state he was a duly elected elector? Evidence that he ever publicly said that he was
Duly elected. I don't recall that.
You don't have any evidence to show that he ever said that publicly, correct?
No.
That's correct.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's correct.
Okay. And then in addition to that, then you don't have any evidence that Hank Cho ever publicly said that the Democrat, or that, I'm sorry, that the Republican slate is superior to or replaced the Democrat slate, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have any evidence that Mr. Cho was told, just like Ms. Rook was not told. You have no evidence that Mr. Cho was told that the certificate of vote documents were being mailed to the archives in the Senate. You have no evidence for that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that you have no evidence that Mr. Cho was told that the certificate of vote or any documents were being presented at the state capitol building.
He was there.
I'm asking you, was
Yes.
ever told that this document was being presented to anyone at the state capitol?
Yes.
Okay, who was it? When did he say that he was aware of what was in that envelope?
Sorry, just a point of clarification, who's the he?
Mr. Cho.
Mr. Short, I'm assuming.
When was
He
Mr.
was
Cho aware?
On December 14th, 2020, he was at the Capitol complex with a group of individuals with Representative Dare Rendon that was there to serve the Republican slate of electors document.
Well, I'm sorry, maybe you misunderstood my question. When was Mr. Cho, when did he make any comments or state that he knew that's what they were doing?
He didn't make, no, so to clarify your
Okay.
question, I thought you were asking something else. He
Yeah,
did not state that.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence directly from his comments or anything that he knew what was in that envelope, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, whatever, what evidence that he knew?
Like I said, he was there, he was present in the group that was
Okay.
serving the document at the Capitol. He was certainly alongside of whether it was either Ian Norton or, like I said, Dare Rendon. He was,
Okay.
and it was very close. They were all kind of piled up there at the entrance.
Okay, so it's because he was there.
Yes, and heard what they were saying about what they were doing.
Do you have any evidence that, just like Ms. Rook, you had no evidence. Do you have any evidence that Hank Cho was told of this pause in the votes as a purpose for what we were doing?
Pause in the vote, no.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that Hank Cho intended to try to get Vice President Pence to violate federal law by counting the Republican certificate of vote? Do you have any evidence that that was Mr. Cho's intent?
Just by signing the document.
Okay. What did my client do to contact the Vice President or to do anything to get him to violate federal law on January 6th?
He didn't contact the Vice President, sir.
Okay. So again, as we're back to just he signed the signature page, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just like Ms. Rook, Mr. Choate had no special knowledge regarding the electoral college process, is that correct? To your information.
To my information.
So that'd be correct.
Correct.
Okay. And did you have any subpoenas or search warrants returned regarding Mr. Choate? other words, not fulfilled.
No, sir. Just,
Did you have any search warrants or subpoenas that you issued regarding Mr. Cho?
yes,
So you were able to obtain whatever you want?
yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that there were attempts to serve the vice president on, I guess I wasn't clear on what date. But again, I just want clear. The attempts to serve the Wisconsin and Michigan certificate of votes on the vice president were not successful, correct?
Correct.
And you have no evidence that Hank Cho knew anything about those attempts to serve by Mr. Chesbro or the other. He didn't, you don't have any evidence he knew anything about that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, as far as January 6th and that whole event that day, Mr. Cho was not there, correct? To your knowledge.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. He didn't have any participation or involvement in January 6th, is that correct? At least to your.
To my knowledge.
And regarding your investigation, the impact on your investigation, you said documents could be destroyed, witness memory, witness cooperation. Could your predecessor have done all those things and issued search warrants and gotten that information in the 2 years before you were on the case?
When my predecessor didn't take over the investigation until soon after I did. So it was like about 2 or 3 months.
So there was no investigation by the AG's office for almost 2 years into this matter?
There was a report that I had indicated that was filled out by Agent Ackerley in March of 2021. But there's no, I don't have any information beyond that, other than, like I said, when Special Agent Cronin picked it up, and there was a couple of months there as he began to work on it.
Okay, so, and Mr. Ackerley worked for the Attorney General's office, right?
Yeah, he no longer works there now.
But he was an investigator,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So that was March of 21. So within 3-4 months of the events in December of 20, the investigation was started by your office, right?
3 or 4 months.
March of 21.
Oh, 21.
Yeah, so the investigation, I mean, there was a report done. So
Yes,
obviously an investigation was going
Yes.
on within a couple of months
Yes.
after the events, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So during all that time, so March of 21 up to almost January of 23, you said you started December 28th of 22, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that year and a half or year and 9 months or whatever period of time prior to you taking over the investigation, couldn't your office, the prior investigators, plural, have gotten this information that you're talking about, you don't have it, it's lost?
I don't know what was going on during that time period. In fact, I didn't work there during that time period, so I
didn't ask you that,
I
sir.
can't speculate on it. I don't know.
Well, you wouldn't expect them to do the same things you're doing, ask search warrants, ask for subpoenas, get information, talk to witnesses. Wouldn't they have done those same things?
Typically, in an investigation, that's how it's handled.
Right. And so are you saying that there were some, back in March of 21, there were no efforts to get documents?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't know what was done back then. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I'm trying to understand your testimony, because if your office as a whole has been investigating since at least March of 2021, how are these even issues about documents being destroyed, witness memory, people moving, that sort of thing? I mean, the investigation started a couple months after the event. So why does this matter to you?
Again, I don't know what was going on back then.
Okay. Are you somehow inferring that it's the defendant Elector's fault that there were these lapses in the investigation before you took over?
No, sir.
Okay. Did Mr. Cho ever file the certificate of votes with anyone?
No.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Cho ever publish the certificate of votes to anyone? Put it up on his website?
No.
Did he? Okay.
No.
You were aware of Attorney General Nessel's comments regarding the defendant electors and they believed that Trump had won and they were brainwashed. You were just aware of those comments, right?
Yes.
Did you take any investigative steps to look into Ms. Nessel's beliefs when you found out about those comments?
No,
Well, why not? Don't those comments go directly to my client's intent? If he's brainwashed and he believes Trump won, doesn't that go to his intent?
I was working the investigation independent of the Attorney General, and I'm working the investigation along, in gathering information. So did I interview Attorney General Nessel? No.
So you took no investigative steps to check into her beliefs.
Asked and answered.
All right, I'll move on.
Same.
Agent Shock, do you have exhibit 11 in front of you?
No, sir.
If not, can I request that the AG has a thank you. Keep having Miss Logan do our work for us here. All right. Can you look at page 3 of exhibit 11?
Okay.
That's the signature page, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you show me any false statement that's on exhibit 11, page 3?
No.
Because in fact, they were meeting in the city of Lansing, right? All the electors.
Yes.
And I
And it
believe
was
this-
December 14th.
I believe this was already explored during cross-examination.
No, not this question, but that's why I've come back to it. I realized I forgot to ask the specific question.
Oh, there's a specific question in this.
Yeah, it's short, Your Honor. I just wanted to,
That's good.
thank you. So there's no false statements, and all 16 Republican electors named here signed in Lansing, Michigan on December 14th, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You see anything on exhibit 11, like on the first 3 pages where it says page 1, page 2, page 3 at the bottom, or page 1 of 2, or 1 of 3, or 2 of 2, anything like that, anything designating page numbers?
No.
Thank you. And you testified yesterday based on the emails and the attachments from Mr. Chesbro, that it was Mr. Chesbro that created and drafted the certificate of vote document, right? He sent it to Ms. Sherman.
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Cho didn't create or draft that document, did he? The certificate of vote document that we're looking at here in exhibit 11.
No.
Mr. Cho did not create that, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Sorry.
That's okay.
That's okay. All right. And you don't have any evidence that any of the other defendant electors created the document because it was Mr. Chesbro that did it, right?
Yes, but the document that Mr. Chesbro created was ultimately altered. As I think we have already covered that.
Okay, but by somebody else,
Yeah.
not the defendant electors.
I don't know that.
Well, you don't, okay, but you don't have any evidence that the defendant electors altered or changed the document, do you?
No.
Just somebody did.
Somebody did.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor, and I think I made it within the time frame.
Thank you. Anybody need a break? Okay, 10 minutes. Off the record.
He's gone. I see that in the last day.
Okay, your co-host. And let's see. Back on the record. Agent Chalk is still under oath, and Mr. Piaski, you're free to go.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. So Agent Shock, let's begin here. Is this a fair statement that you believe that the fraud ultimately, in this particular case, rests upon these electors causing a pause in the electoral count process? Is that correct? Is that a fair statement?
No, not entirely, no.
Can you explain what you mean by the pause being a fraud?
So the electoral votes had been sent to Washington DC to intercept the legitimate votes with Mike Pence. As we talked about earlier, he followed the law. Those votes were intended, as I mentioned earlier, with Ken Chesbro and Mike Brown, to be delivered to Mike Pence to cause a response from him to deviate from the federal election.
And that's the pause that you're talking about, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you recall Director Brader testifying yesterday? You were here in the courtroom during that entire direct and cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to pull something up on the screen. And Your Honor, I know I brought this up yesterday during my cross-examination of Director Braden, but I don't believe that I asked the court formally to take judicial notice of this particular Supreme Court case. And just for the record, so I can say it out loud, it's McPherson v. Blacker, 146 US 1 and 1892 case, which incidentally involved the state of Michigan. So do you recall me talking with Director Brader about this case?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you ever learn or see or hear about this case, given that I believe you testified earlier that you looked at a variety of laws and cases? So have you seen this prior to Director Braden testifying yesterday?
No.
Okay. And do you recall the proposition that was put forward regarding what this case basically held, or the proposition that this case has in the law?
No.
Okay. So let me attempt to refresh your recollection. I believe that when it came to the director, he agreed with me that this particular law does not require state legislatures to appoint their electors in the Electoral College on the basis of the popular vote. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And when it comes to this particular law, you also recall that when it comes, well, I should say law, but this particular court case, do you recall me questioning Director Braden specifically that this proposition was being actively discussed during the time period of the 2020 election? And specifically, to put a fine point on it and provide some direction here, that the state legislature could appoint electors and perhaps disregarding the popular vote.
I don't know what your question is. So is that a statement?
So when it comes to the electors being appointed by the state legislature, this particular case, as you heard, or Director Braden testified to yesterday, stands for the proposition that they could be, if a state legislature wanted to, they could appoint the electors and they don't have to follow what the popular vote says. I believe you already said that you heard that yesterday.
That's what I heard, yes.
Okay. So with that being said, when it comes to this particular law, I believe, again, Director Braden, he testified that there was conversations or he heard this particular movement about having the legislature appoint electors irrespective of the popular vote. You recall hearing that?
From Mr. Brader?
Yes. And now, going back to you, as part of your investigation for the 2020 election, do you recall that particular proposition being put forward? Maybe not using this particular case with the citation and whatnot, but the proposition that the legislature could possibly appoint electors and disregard the popular vote. Did you come across that in your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not aware of this particular law, but you're aware of the proposition that this particular case stands for, correct?
Yes, I was made aware yesterday.
Okay. Does that change your decision to recommend charges in any way, shape, or form?
No.
And when we take a look at this particular case, do you believe that given what you have done during the course of your investigation, looking at lots of documents, taking a look at media reports, because you're talking about open sourced information,
Yeah.
And also Facebook posts and other social media posts, specifically from several of the defendants here, co-defendants, that the co-defendants actually brought this up in any type of social media post?
I don't recall seeing that.
You don't recall? Okay. So let's go back to December 14th, 2020, when the co-defendants, the ladies and gentlemen that purported to be electors, but were elected by the Republican Party to be electors, walked to the Capitol. And we don't mean to belabor the point, but I think it's important to actually display it. Next thing I'm going to bring up is the actual black letter law text of the First Amendment to the Constitution, as it was ratified in 1791. So I'm only taking a look where it says religion and free expression, that particular portion underneath. Because we had a conversation previously during my cross-examination about the First Amendment, political speech and whatnot. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to cover this a little bit more deeply. Can you please go ahead and read the First Amendment to the Constitution?
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech. I don't know. I don't know. With the glare on the screen, or
Let me do this.
yeah, if you blow it up a little bit, or there you
Oh,
go.
that's maybe a little bit too much. Sorry, there's just a delay.
Or of the press, or of the right, or of the people peaceable to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
And I'm sorry for stating the obvious, Your Honor, but I'd just like to ask the court to take judicial notice of the First Amendment. Thank you. All right. Sir, on December 14th, 2020, these ladies and gentlemen that purported to be electors, still elected by the Republican Party as electors, they walked to the Capitol, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any evidence that you came across that they did not peaceably assemble?
No.
In fact, when they walked to the Capitol, they didn't have any type of weapons, guns, signage, or anything that would indicate that they're a threat, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to focus on the last portion of the First Amendment. Specifically, quote, petition the government for a redress of grievances, end quote. So these individuals walked to the Capitol with an envelope purportedly with that certificate of vote contained therein or inside. Can you tell me how that would not be petitioning the government, specifically the state government, for redress of the grievances?
Not what it, that's not
Yeah,
what,
I'm gonna check. I think that calls for legal conclusion.
right.
Well, he is attempting to state that when it came to these ladies and gentlemen, that they were trying to perpetuate fraud. What I'm attempting to do here, just to have a, not just collegial conversation, but really take a look at what this is all about, the First Amendment, how he believes in his investigation, through what he learned in his investigation, This was not a petition to the government to redress the grievances.
That goes more towards arguing that there's no foundation that this witness is competent to answer that question.
I would join in with right to ask the question because Agent Shackus continues to say based on the totality of the information that when they sent this in, it was with the intent, specific intent to, in some of his words, pause or substitute. And that's what he based in part his affidavit on. The counsel is merely asking him now at this point, from your standpoint, and I think he asked from his specific standpoint, does this or would this, and I without trying to put words in his mouth, affect the legality of what they did? Because he's one sitting here saying what they did was illegal. Counsel is saying based on this is what they did that specific.
Right, but I agree with the prosecution. This calls for a legal conclusion, and it goes towards their argument that actually this was, I would assume your argument is that this was constitutionally protected speech, which which I don't believe this agent, I agree there's a foundational issue as to whether or not this agent is qualified to respond as to whether or not he even understands legally what the petition of government for redress of grievances even is. So how can he opine as to whether or not the actions taken here would be protected First Amendment speech? That's an issue of a question of fact for.
I understand it's a
someone to
factual
make a legal
question later
conclusion
on. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, you're fine.
I agree that this is ultimately, if this does get bound over, a fact question for the jury. However, when it comes to the detective here, he has said time and time again, his opinion varies state statutes and federal statutes. And I'll be happy to lay a little bit more foundation before I get to that. Is that all right, Your Honor?
That's fine.
All right, thank you. So I withdraw the question and I replace it with this one. When it comes to the First Amendment of the Constitution, this is obviously, maybe not, but this is not the first time you've seen this, correct?
No,
Okay. When did you first learn about the First Amendment to the Constitution?
back in school, I mean, years ago.
Years ago?
Yeah, I don't remember a specific date.
Okay. And given your role as a law enforcement officer with the Beverly Hills Police Department or any other law enforcement agency, you've had cases where you have dealt with the First Amendment, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me just a little bit about those cases you've dealt with regarding the First Amendment?
It's as simple as somebody who wants to post a sign and stand on the sidewalk and broadcast whatever message they want.
And I'm going to ask the question this way before I get to perhaps my original question that I withdrew. That particular portion at the end, quote, petition the government for a redress of grievances, end quote. Given your experience as a law enforcement officer, having known about the First Amendment for quite some time, going all the way back to your elementary school days or high school days or whatnot, do you understand or do you have an opinion what that means?
No.
So I just want to make sure I understand that. Petitioning the government for a redress of grievances, you don't understand what that means?
No.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to move on, focusing upon what was happening at the Capitol, the US Capitol, on January 6, 2021. So we're going to go to that particular aspect. And Your Honor, what I have on the screen is 3 USC 15. I asked the court to take judicial notice, or if you'd like to have it entered as a defense exhibit, I'd be happy to do that. Does the court have a preference?
You don't need to admit the law.
All right, thank you. I know we did previously, I believe, when it came to 3 USC 5 and 6, but I just wanted to ask.
Right, but it wasn't necessary.
Right.
Thank you.
So, sir, 3 USC 15, we haven't covered this. We previously spoke about 3 USC 5 or another federal law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen this particular federal statute during the course of your investigation?
I'm just reading it for a moment.
That's fine. Yes. This is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what the statute is about?
It's about the vice president's, for the president and the Senate's responsibilities to determine, accept, reject, otherwise adjudicate or resolve disputes on the proper certificate of it.
Okay. So I'd like to focus your section or your attention on section B, subsection 1, where it says ministerial in nature. Can you please go ahead and just read those 2 lines?
Yes, ministerial in nature, except as otherwise provided in this chapter, the role of the president of the Senate while presiding over the joint session shall be limited to performing solely ministerial duties.
And do you recall the first witness testifying in this case from the National Archives making a statement that the vice president's role is really just ministerial in nature?
Yes.
Okay. May have just a moment, Your Honor.
No problem, take your
Thank you.
time.
Your Honor, can I confer with the other defense attorney as well?
Yes.
They're working this out.
Indulgence.
No problem.
So going back to 3 USC 15, I was just conferring with the prosecutor here regarding displaying more so a text of what was there prior to the amendment in 22. And again, in terms of the format and some things contained therein. But going back to your general understanding of that particular statute, do you recall the objection procedure of the vice president should someone object to the votes that are cast purportedly by a state?
No.
No? Okay. So if the vice president, I'll sort of walk you through this quickly.
Okay.
If he received an objection, you don't recall through your investigation what would happen with the votes, correct?
Specifically, no, to give an accurate No.
I'm gonna put this back on the screen, but it's gonna be in MS Word format.
Your Honor, can I ask just a housekeeping question?
Yes.
The court had indicated that we were going to finish at 2:00 today. My assumption is that we're going to be working through lunch, or is that incorrect?
No objection to working through lunch. I want to get this done in a day.
I just want to make
I
sure that
can't-
we get through Mr. Zamet today.
I have no problem with working through lunch
Thank you.
so that we can finish this today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I should have 10 minutes of repeat at this point. So, sir, I'm not going to ask you to read anything in particular, but you see that when it comes to this document, I did a Control F, basically just identifying key terms. Do you see words highlighted on that screen?
Yes.
And those words that are highlighted, what are they? Or what does it say for the highlighted word?
Objection.
Okay. And you're telling me here today that when it comes to objections, how those are handled in 3 USC 15, you don't recall how objections would be handled?
Not specifically, I don't
Okay.
recall.
Regarding objections, would you believe that that would constitute, using your terminology or words, a pause in the electoral count voting process?
No,
Why?
there's a difference between an objection and a pause.
Okay. And when it comes to this particular method of objecting, this would be done by whom? Legislators in the Congress?
I don't recall, sir, what the specific statute says.
So you can't recall who makes an objection or how an objection is made. But when it comes to these ladies and gentlemen, is it fair to say that they were attempting to object in some way to the electoral count vote?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So do you think, given the state of mind of the defendants, based upon the results of your investigation, that these ladies and gentlemen, these Republican electors, were objecting to, different use of the word here, but objecting to or had a problem with the 2020 election?
Presidential election, yes, they had a problem with it. Whether or not they were objecting to it, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't want to speculate.
And they walked to the Capitol and were refused entry, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it safe to say that they had, again, an objection to the presidential election by virtue of walking over there?
No,
No?
no, I don't know how walking over there is an objection.
Well, you said that when it comes to that envelope, you believe, we don't know for sure, but the certificate of vote from the Republicans was within that envelope, correct?
I believe, yes.
Okay. And that particular certificate of vote was, again, trying to, or using, I believe what you said earlier, testimony, attempting to cast electoral votes for Donald J. Trump for president, correct?
Yeah,
So isn't it fair to say that they had an objection to the election? And that's why they were walking over there to the Capitol to deliver purportedly that document?
I don't know that.
You don't know that.
No,
Can you have him define what he believes objection to be?
And what do you believe objection to?
an objection would be, if you say something and well, what we practice here in court. I mean, it's, you know, if I start going on, giving testimony, you object to it, stopping, that I have to stop, and then the prosecution will address that, or the judge will address it as well. So that's an objection, and forgive me because I'm, you know, kind of unable to lay it out as it's put in Webster's, but that's my understanding.
I don't want you to lay it out as put in Webster because you're not Webster.
Yes.
But I do want you to give me your understanding of it without using the word objection in it, because you can't define a word using the word. So what do you understand an objection in any sense to be if you object to something?
Opposed. Does that help?
Thank you. That helps me.
So let's use that word. So you believe that when it comes to the electors, they were opposing or not opposing the results of the election when they approached the Capitol?
Opposed.
They were opposing. And you understand objection to be opposing is your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you can't state whether or not you believe that the act of walking over with a certificate would fall within First Amendment protections because you're not a judge.
Yeah.
And that would be ultimately up to a judge
Yes.
Or jury.
or a jury as well.
Yes.
To be very fair to both different pathways. Just maybe two more questions, Your Honor, based upon recent developments. So Agent Schock, are you aware that when it comes to Kenneth Chesbro, he was indicted in the state of Wisconsin?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
The relevance here is because when it comes to Mr. Chesbro, he heavily relied upon his proffer and his testimony. And that particular testimony could be called into question given the recent indictment in the state of Wisconsin for all things forgery. So that just happened, I believe, yesterday. And I'm just asking if he's aware.
No, I'm trying to understand how it's relevant to this case.
It's relevant because it would actually go to the credibility of Mr. Chesbro. Even though he didn't testify, Mr. Chesbro provided a lot of information to Agent Schock previously. So this goes to credibility of the investigation.
You wanted to respond?
Well, the information that was provided by Mr. Chesbro was provided after the complaint was drafted and authorized. So to say that this investigation heavily relied on Kenneth Chesbro and the information provided by him, I think is an over exaggeration. And more of the same, him being indicted by another entity still isn't relevant to why we are here today.
Well, it's an ongoing investigation, so we can't use this statement that we met with him after the fact like that didn't have any impact. But there were some resources and evidence that was presented that resulted from that meeting from Chesbro.
That is correct, and that was.
So he's trying to test the
I'm trying-
reliability of that information? or-
Reliability, the credibility of that information. And furthermore, when it comes to Mr. Chesbro or Chesbro, however you say his name, I disagree with the characterization that it's over exaggerating. We're relying upon that because really that's the crux of the investigation in terms of the materials that he has. So I'm just going toward the credibility of the findings he had from Mr. Chesbro after that proffer, given that, again, this gentleman was indicted of all things forgery in the state of Wisconsin yesterday. So I'm just asking if he's aware.
The other thing is, you're trying to test the credibility. My understanding is that Chesbro was still a unindicted co-conspirator and that they have not ruled out prosecution of him here.
That's correct, here in the state of Michigan.
And because I think I asked the question about why, did he believe he had enough information based on his investigation? And he, again, reminded the court that there was a proffer. And so he obviously couldn't rely on that information for any charges. But as to relates to you questioning him about any information that's been used today or as part of this investigation that we're aware of on this record, I'll allow you to question him on the ability of that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your
So-
objections overruled.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. So to repeat the question, are you aware that when it comes to Mr. Kenneth Chesbro or Chesbro, however you say his name, he was indicted in the state of Wisconsin with one count of forgery?
No.
Did you testify earlier during these proceedings that you are in communication with other state law enforcement agencies? I'm not talking about the federal government, we're talking about other states regarding these electors. So for example, states like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the state of Wisconsin, Arizona. Have you been in contact with law enforcement, state law enforcement entities or agencies from those particular states?
Yes.
And as part of those conversations, I'm not asking you to say what was said. but did you talk about Mr. Chesbro?
Yes.
And when it comes to Mr. Chesbro, did you exchange documents or information in addition to just talking about it?
Yes.
Okay. And as an officer of the court, I'm making the representation here that he was indicted for forgery in the state of Wisconsin. So knowing that he got charged with another crime, does that give you any pause or reflection to go back to the information that you have on Mr. Chesbro that he provided in the proffer, to double check it or to ascertain the validity or the credibility of it, given that he was just charged with a felony? Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, Your Honor. No other questions.
Any questions for you?
Your Honor, I
Oh,
don't-
you are gonna question.
I'm sorry.
Are you gonna question?
Your Honor, I have, on behalf of Mary Ann Sheridan, I have no direct questions of this witness. I do endorse, however, the questioning by my colleagues, Mr. Coleman and Mr. Krajewski, who just finished. So I would ask that their question and answer by the witness be considered as it relates to Mary Ann Sheridan, and only those two direct examinations. I would incorporate that into the presentation on behalf of Ms. Sheridan. As a separate matter, I would ask the court to take judicial notice that yesterday a 47-page criminal complaint charges Kenneth Chesbro, Michael Roman, and James Trupis of conspiracy to commit a crime in the state of Wisconsin. It's a publicly available document that was filed yesterday. And then there's a case number 2024 CF 001293. And it appears to be in the circuit court of Dane, D-A-N-E County, Wisconsin. So I would ask the court to take additional notice of that.
Counsel, any questions for Agent Shaw?
Very briefly. Now, Agent Shaw, isn't it true that the defendants in this case were doing more than just opposing the Michigan presidential election results?
Yeah.
In fact, they were taking steps to replace
No, I'm sorry, I'm gonna object to this. I realize that I called the witness. It's still a witness that's on the prosecution team. She cannot just leading questions.
This is not cross-examination. Am I not entitled to that?
Not when it's your witness in your case. I don't
He's
believe
your
you are.
witness right now.
I think I'm right.
No.
I don't have case law, but I can research it.
She's asking leading questions, is she's cross-examining your witness?
Right, but if it's a member of the prosecution team, especially the case agent, it doesn't all of a sudden become an adverse witness. So it's appropriate. I'll leave it to the court's discretion. Thank you.
It's not about adversity, it's about which party called him, and he was called as a defense witness, therefore I'm allowed to
Objections
cross-examine.
overruled.
Thank you. In fact, the defendants in this case actually took steps to replace the election results that they did not agree with. Is that correct?
Objection to that. That's evidence. There's no evidence that they took steps to
No
replace
evidence of
them.
that.
All the evidence says the otherwise. That's been in here.
Exhibit 11 is,
That doesn't
Okay,
show they
let's-
replaced them.
These are gonna be loaded questions like this. I'm gonna object.
Okay.
My objection with this would be, it's general in nature. If the question, and the court allows leading questions, is you consider the fact that they went over there to do this as evidence, and you consider them to have gone over to this. That's feeding them an answer, but it gives them a yes or no.
wholly inappropriate objection.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know about the objection. You all don't like the way she formulated the question. I get that, but she's.
Assuming facts not evidence.
These are absolutely facts. in
Well,
that.
that's the crux of their case is that they took steps to do those things. That's his opinion, I guess, based on his investigation. It's up to the court in this case to find out if there's probable cause that actually happened. And then if this were to be a case that went to trial, it would be up to the finder of fact that in fact happened.
Of course.
But this is,
But-
her question is whether or not it was, they took steps to replace the elector. That could be her preliminary question to a follow-up question too. I don't
The
know.
question was phrased as, since the evidence shows that there have been, steps by these electors to replace the Democratic slate, and there is no evidence on this record to this point. If she wants to ask his opinion, and if he wants to contradict everything else that's in the record, I guess, and say they were trying to replace them, that's up to him, but
So the objection is
question
that it
was-
assumes facts, not in
Exactly,
evidence.
yeah.
Did you want to respond?
Exhibit 11 is the fact that is in evidence where these,
Sorry.
Let her
where
respond.
these electors identified themselves as the duly elected electors for the state of Michigan. We have heard testimony from multiple witnesses that there was only one legitimate set of electors that would be allowed to deliver Michigan's votes. There was no legitimate way that two slates could be delivered.
No, I
We
don't
knew-
object to this. This is argument.
It is, this
Arguing
is,
the case.
this is argument, but she's trying to explain
The facts that
The-
are
her-
in evidence.
Just ask
why
different
her-
questions.
why her question, oh wait, you can't talk over me though.
I'm sorry.
She's trying to explain why her question was formulated the way that it was. You said exhibit 11, which is the Senate copy of the alternate votes,
Yes,
which your position or the prosecution's position was to replace the original or the authentic certificate of votes.
Yes.
Obviously, defense counsel, I think without argument, disagrees and says it was an alternate slate. And then the prosecution has admitted some evidence that also says, it even says it in the affidavit, that it's an alternate slate. So I can understand their objection because of the way you formulated the question. And so I'm going to ask you to rephrase the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
you have exhibit 11 in front of you.
Yes.
Is there any language in exhibit 11 that identifies that document as an alternate slate?
Objection, that's been asked and answered by Ms. Logan.
I'm laying the foundation
She's
for my
trying to
original
redirect.
question.
She's trying to cross, so she's got to lay the foundation. You can answer the objections over.
No.
Is there any contingent language in exhibit 11 that says, if called, we're willing to serve?
No.
In fact, there's a whole nother document that has that language in it, correct?
Yes.
That's defense exhibit A,
Yes.
but it's people's exhibit 11 that they attempted to deliver to the state capitol
Who's
on
Good
December
object to that,
14th.
Your Honor. That's
Who's
just
that?
facts, not
The
evidence.
defendants.
No, objection.
No,
Assumes facts.
there's a
and evidence. The
video.
defendants didn't attempt to deliberate.
Okay, too many people are talking at one time. You're saying they, then you said the defendant, we see the video, we know that all of them were not there. So I think your question is improper.
The defendants that we've seen in several videos, as well as provided by the testimony of Mr. Renner, on December 14th, 2020, did those defendants attempt to deliver that document, exhibit 11, to the state capitol?
Well, I'm gonna object, Your Honor, because again, it's assumed fact.
I understand that, but these are all things for the court to determine, because we already know, we saw the video, that there was a man with a tan coat with a manila envelope, holding the manila envelope. We don't know what was in the envelope because none of us can see through the envelope.
Right.
We know that none of the defendants here, or none of the defendants even who were seen on the video, could see, was holding the actual envelope. This is based on what he's already testified, that circumstantially, he believes that that's what they were doing. So we don't have to go with all the objections. I already know what's going on here.
All right, thank you,
Thank you.
Judge.
Continue.
I don't know if the witness was allowed to answer the question.
I don't know that you even finished the question.
Based on Mr. Renner's testimony, your interviews with Mr. Renner, as well as the videos that have been admitted during this exam, the defendants that were in that video that we saw walking to the Capitol, I don't remember how I phrased the question before. They went there with the intent to deliver their votes to the state capitol on December 14, 2020, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. No, it will call for speculation. He could say that.
It's his belief, agreed. He could say that it's his belief, but he doesn't know what their intent was.
Actually, in the video, they say that's why they're there.
You can ask him. what his belief is.
Based on the video where the defendant electors who are in the video announce that they're there to deliver their votes, is it your belief that they went to the Capitol on December 14, 2020 to deliver their slate of votes?
Sorry, I hate to object to this question. It's only because she said that they said that these things.
We've already established that
They
everybody's
didn't
not
say-
there.
No, but even the people that were there, they didn't announce that. Somebody else did.
The court's gonna review
All right, I'll withdraw
the
the
actual
objection.
video
I'm withdrawing my
before we even
objection.
make a ruling.
I'll withdraw.
We already know that there was a person with the tan coat and someone that was identified as a state rep, I believe.
She said the electors.
I get
announced,
it.
and
We
so
understand. We
technically
gotta
it's
move
not
on.
correct. Thank you.
Yes.
And in the video, and just to keep this record clean, exhibits 12 and 14, there's a gentleman in the tan coat, Ian Norton, correct? Are you familiar with Ian Norton?
Yes.
And does Ian Norton in the video identify that he's holding the Republican slate of votes?
Yes.
When you talked to Mr. Renner and when Mr. Renner testified, did you hear him testify that he understood that envelope to contain their votes?
Yes.
And you were asked on cross-examination that because the Republicans were not admitted into the annex, they were unable to vote with the Democratic slate on December 14, 2020. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the Republicans had already quote unquote voted before they even walked over to the annex?
Yes.
So that the intent to walk, would you agree with me that the intent was not to vote with the Democrats on December 14, 2020?
Yes.
Would you agree that not agreeing with the final election results does not necessarily put those results in controversy?
Yes.
Did your investigation find any evidence that the 16 defendants who signed Exhibit 11 were forced to sign?
No.
Did you find any evidence that the defendants refused to sign?
No.
And that document identifies them as the duly elected and qualified electors for the state of Michigan, correct?
Yes.
Which they were not, correct?
Correct.
And we have a legitimate slate of electors for the state of Michigan at the time that document was executed, correct?
Yes.
And it was not any of the people who signed that document, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about any statements of intent, or you were asked about Mr. Defendant Kenneth Thompson's, I guess, knowledge of election law. Did your investigation reveal any indications that Mr. Thompson had more than an adequate knowledge of constitutional and election law?
I'm gonna object to the question. I don't recall asking anything about Mr. Thompson's knowledge, specific knowledge of constitutional and election law.
You asked him if he had any idea about electors and how the process worked.
My understanding is Mr. Bellotta asked questions.
And I asked.
And am I not still allowed to get into that just because it wasn't his attorney?
I suppose, but it's not going to go as to him because he didn't ask about it.
It's still in his phone.
No,
That's
well, no,
fine,
no, it
But as
doesn't apply.
to, I guess for whatever purpose he asked for, that's fine.
But I
But
couldn't.
he can place an objection because he's here to protect his client and he didn't open that door for his client, is what he's saying. So you can respond to it, but it only goes to whatever evidentiary value it had for Mr. Bellotta's questioning.
I will move on. Isn't it true that your investigation revealed a scheme where there were multiple players who had their role to play?
Yes.
We have a document that was created by Kenneth Chesbro, is that correct?
Yes.
And that ultimately became what is People's Exhibit 11, is that correct?
Yes.
Did your investigation reveal that one of the goals for that document, once it was signed, was that it was supposed to be delivered to the state capitol, so state legislatures could choose to send that slate of votes instead of the Democratic slate of votes?
Yeah.
Did your investigation reveal that ultimately that document, Exhibit 11, was sent to the National Archives and the President of the Senate?
Yes.
And the President of the Senate is the Vice President, correct?
Yes.
And did your investigation reveal that the goal was for the Vice President to count the Michigan Republican votes over the Democratic votes?
Objection, there's no foundation for that, unless he needs to first establish how we know that there was some
I asked
plan.
if that was, if his investigation revealed that.
Right, at some point I'm asking, objection, there's a foundation, I think there is.
But based on what though?
Well, how does he know that that was the plan?
Because he said that it's investigation. That was the first question she
I
asked
might
him.
have to ask more
That was
questions.
the first question she asked. Okay.
And did
Continue,
your
objections are
investigation
rules.
reveal that actually the Michigan state legislatures refused to act and replace the Democratic slate with the Republican slate of votes?
Yes.
And did your investigation reveal that ultimately Vice President Pence refused to not follow the law? And I know it's a double negative and I apologize.
He refused to.
He
Yes, I see what you're saying, yes.
I'm
And
gonna
isn't
object, Your Honor, I object to his form because quite frankly, I don't understand.
Okay, I'll re-ask it. Isn't it true that your investigation revealed that Vice President Pence did not and announced that he would follow the law?
Yes.
And the law gave Vice President Pence no ability to count any votes other than the legally recognized slate from Michigan,
Yes.
which was the Democratic slate, correct? Which is not Exhibit 11.
That's correct.
And isn't it true that Exhibit 11 has no power whatsoever without 16 signatures?
Yes.
Is that why it was so important to find last minute replacements when Terry Lynn Land and Gerald Wall didn't show up?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Your witness.
I have no further questions, and I thank Investigator Shot.
When Ms. Logan questioned you, Investigator Shock, about the document, your investigation yielding that the document was created by Chesbro, that came from your information directly provided to you by Mr. Chesbro?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And did the information that he provided you in your investigation also say that the purpose of that document was to replace the original slate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions based on that? Thank you. You can be excused.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be excused and dismissed from the subpoena. I think we have other issues.
I think. I just
I
said
can
he could,
answer that.
I don't think he's
I-
under any subpoena, but.
No.
I think I said he could be excused, but he works for the AG, so.
He
As
could be
far
excused.
Are you giving him a time off? Mr. Gilbert?
I'm trying to get him 2 weeks vacation. here now.
Okay. Wonderful. I'm gonna go get my witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, and you can call your next witness.
Honor, Ms. Rook calls Anthony Zammit.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated. Can you state your first and last name and spell both of them?
Anthony Zammit, ANTHONY ZAMMIT.
Mr. Zaman, I know maybe turn to be asking questions, at least initially. So thanks for coming, by the way. Appreciate you being here today. And I want to ask you a few questions about the reason why we're out here. You understand the nature of this criminal proceeding, correct?
I do.
You testified in a previous iteration of a preliminary exam for different defendants charged in connection with being elector candidates in the state of Michigan. the
Right.
Republican
I
Party.
did.
So let me ask you a little bit about yourself. Between 2017 and 2021, did you work in the Michigan Republican Party?
I did.
And what was your position?
For the last 2 years of my employment, I was the communications director for Michigan Public.
All right, and what types of things did you do as communications director?
I dealt mostly with the media. I wrote and edited press releases and overviewed most of the emails that the organization sent out.
Understood. And you had did you report to the executive director of the Michigan Republican Party?
I did.
And was that gentleman's name Mike Ambrosini
It was.
or Michael Ambrosini?
Yep.
Yes, sorry,
Yes.
yes, I know. We're tempted to say yep or yeah, but
Yes.
we'll take everything down, so thanks. So let me ask you about Laura Cox. She was, at the time you were the director of communications, she was the chairperson of the Michigan Republican Party,
Yes.
and you would work with her along with Mr. Ambrosini in your job, correct?
I did.
And did you also work with a fellow by the name of Troy Hudson?
I did.
And what was Troy's job?
He was political director.
Take you back in time to around December the 13th. And you recognize that we're here today based on a document that was signed on December 14th at a meeting that I'm going to get to, but just to direct your attention. I want to talk about maybe a day before or 2 days, I'm not sure exactly how the days before. But you recall that there was a conference call that you were a part of to discuss what was going to happen on December the 14th, 2020, vis-a-vis these electors that were being called.
I do.
And tell me who was on that conference call, if you recall.
To my recollection, it was Laura Cox, Troy Hudson, Stu Sandler, who was our corporate counsel. Those are the folks I recall.
Thank you. And when you say corporate counsel, Stu or Stuart Sandler, he was the attorney or one of the attorneys that represented and gave advice to the Michigan Republican Party.
Correct.
Objection leading.
Objections leading.
You can, I'll just ask you, I'll rephrase.
Okay, thank you.
What was his Stu Sandler's job?
He was both political counsel to the party, but he also served as our legal counsel.
And did you discuss during this conference call, was it on a phone, like a phone call?
It was a phone call.
Meetings, Zoom, no, just a phone
It was
call?
a phone call.
And during this call, did anyone discuss the purpose and why these electors were going to be coming in or being asked to come in on December the 14th of 2020 to the headquarters of the Republican Party?
I was told that they were coming in to sign an affidavit that was to say that if evidence was found that would overturn the results of the election, that they would be willing to serve as the state's electors.
And that was one of the purposes of them coming in and signing it, what you believe to be an affidavit, correct?
Correct.
And it was it? You view it as a contingency?
Yes,
document? Was it described that way?
that's how it was described to me.
And who described it that way? Do you recall? Was it Stu? Was it Laura? Was it both? Do you remember?
I believe it was both Chairwoman Cox and Susan.
And was there any other purpose of the meeting that Chairperson Cox discussed? That was something she wanted to do as well?
I believe that it was also to serve as somewhat of a ceremony for the folks as like a thank you for serving the electors.
Was it thank you? And it was, as you said, a contingency in case there was evidence found of that would overturn the election or change the results?
That's what I was told.
Do you believe that the electors were being called in to commit any kind of fraud?
I did not.
Did you believe the electors were called in to somehow illegally subsume or take precedence over or knock out the Democratic slate that had been certified already?
Objection, leading.
It's a specific question. I'm not suggesting the answer to that question. It's not.
And Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Bellata be given a little bit of leeway so that we're sure to get through this witness. today.
I was gonna say, I don't even know how he could ask this question without it being phrased that way.
I can rephrase it, but I don't think that's right.
Yeah. The objection's overruled. You can answer.
I don't.
Do you believe that?
Oh, yeah. Did you believe that the purpose of the meeting was that they were gonna sign a document and then they were gonna somehow secretly get that document to Vice President Pence and then they were gonna supersede or replace? And let me ask it again without all that.
Thank
Did you believe that they were meeting to sign a document that would supersede or knock out in some illegal or unallowable way the Democratic slate of electors?
I did not.
And did you, what time did you get there before I get to that, I'm sorry. Was there also a document, an actual document discussed during that call, if you remember? And I'm gonna show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit A. And I'm gonna ask you if you recognize Defense Exhibit A. Maybe we'll start there.
I do not. There was no document discussed on the call other than there would be an affidavit signed.
I'll take that back from you then. You don't recognize Exhibit A, correct?
I do not. I've seen it in court since then, but I do not recognize it from prior to
So
that.
the document, as far as you know, was not then, we're not even part of that meeting, correct?
No, it was not. Again, it was all done over the phone.
And do you know who was in charge of contacting the electors to bring them in on the 14th of December that year?
My understanding that was that Troy Hudson and Stu Foster, who is Troy's deputy political director, will be reaching out to the various parties.
When you say various parties, you mean the elector candidates
Correct.
for the Republicans?
Correct.
What time did you get there on, or you went there that day, did you?
On the next day I did.
And what time do you recall approximately?
It was in the morning. It was 8 or 9 o'clock.
And what did you expect to occur that day?
I expected that there would be a meeting where folks would sign the various documents. And at that point, they would depart shortly after. The specifics of it were not really that clear. One of the reasons I had been asked to be there was to help in an administrative role, as well as deal if any press was to show up on location.
And so what was your administrative role?
To help with the facilitation of the meeting and signing documents and whatnot.
And approximately what time did you get there? I'm sorry.
8 or 9 in the morning.
8 or 9?
It was early.
Were you the first person there that morning?
There were other people there at that point.
And then what time did any electors, when I say electors, I might say electors, but what I really mean are the Republican elector candidates or elector nominees to be perfectly accurate.
I don't recall.
Do you know, okay, so you don't know what time the first ones got there. Do you know, I don't know if you know, the young lady sitting in the front row wearing the mask, her name is Rose. Do you ever met her before? Do
I don't recall ever meeting her.
you know if you saw, so you don't know, or do you know that you didn't see it that day?
I've seen her face before. I don't recall seeing it that day, but I don't recall actually ever having a conversation with Rose.
You don't recall, but you're not saying she wasn't there.
No, again, with my time with the party, I've met probably hundreds of thousands of activists throughout the years, so I don't recall everyone I met.
Do you know Sean Flynn?
I know Sean Flynn.
And what role did he have, if any, at the Republican headquarters on December 14th, 2020? What was his job? I'll start with, what did he do?
He was the Trump's legal counsel within the state.
When you say Trump's legal counsel, do you mean does that mean the Trump campaign, or what do you mean?
The Trump campaign.
There might be other attorneys for other things potentially.
Well,
in any event, I mean, when you say Trump's attorney, you mean
due to campaign finance laws, there's various legal entities that were all headquartered together, but they oftentimes have different staffers. So, for example, Eric Doster and Stu Sandler were our counsels for the Michigan Republican Party. The campaign had a separate legal counsel that was in the building.
who also consulted, I believe, with the Republican National Committee. But again, there's distinctions there because of how campaign finance and money is flowing.
Do you know what role Sean Flynn was supposed to have? He's an attorney, correct?
He is.
Do you know what role he was supposed to have during the December 14th, 2020 meeting with the elected candidates?
Again, I didn't know what his role was supposed to be that day.
If any, do you know if he was supposed to have a
I
role?
don't know what his role is. Again, I was simply told to show up and help out. So again, I wasn't really clear on what the specific details were going to be that day.
And then do you know where the electors went when they arrived?
Well, the electors were initially taken to the basement of Michigan Republican Party headquarters.
Do you know who took them there?
Myself and Troy Hudson.
And they took the phone, I think everyone's phones. Did they take their phones?
We took their phones. It was not an uncommon practice when we were concerned about things either being recorded or people that might try to get things out to the press. We've done it for other meetings in the past.
It wasn't an unusual thing for you?
It was uncommon, but not unusual.
Now, once the electors got to the basement, do you know what happened after that?
At that point, once folks had arrived, we started bringing them up into the lobby in groups of 2 to sign some documentation that had been prepared.
You didn't, or did you see the documentation that they were signing?
No, I didn't review any of that.
But do you know who was bringing the electors up from the basement 2 by 2 to sign a document?
Myself and Troy Hudson.
And do you know? To show you Defense Exhibit B, which is for the record, page 3 of, it's the same as page 3 of People's Exhibit 11. And of course, the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Show you, it's been marked, and it's Exhibit B. Do you know, and for the record, Your Honor, it's the signature page. I'm showing him of the elector candidate's certificate of votes. Do you know if that is the document?
It was not that document.
Do you think it was some other document?
The document was specific, my understanding was, the document was specific to each different electoral candidate, elector candidate.
Okay.
This document, I know, was signed in the basement at the end of the meeting.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second, at the end of the meeting, but all right. So you think it was a different document than Exhibit B that was signed by the electors when you took them up 2 by 2?
Correct.
Did you stay for the whole meeting? Can you tell us about what portions of the meeting you attended, you were physically present? Because I know at some point you testified before.
Yep.
About that, and I know that there's some issues with that. So tell me first.
Meeting for maybe the first 5 or 10 minutes of the meeting, once it gavelled in. And
So let me stop you there. Did you say once it was gavel?
gavelled in, once it started.
Is that a Lansing?
That's a being in government way too long term.
Okay. Do you know who was the honorary gavel?
Well, initially the meeting was convened by Sean Flynn.
And did you hear what he said to the electors, the elector candidate?
I don't recall the specifics of it. My understanding was that they were going to have to elect chairperson and a secretary. And again, at that point, I went back upstairs to my office.
So sounds like you watched the initial part of the meeting?
Initial few parts of it, but I wasn't really taking notes as to what was being said.
So after Flynn gavelled the meeting and made a few comments, you went back to your office? Is that
Yes,
fair?
that's correct.
And then at some point, did you return to the basement or any other area? Well, let me back up. Is your office on the second floor, on the top floor?
On the main floor.
Oh, it's on the main floor.
Yep.
That's the same floor that the lectures were being brought up 2 by 2?
Yep. So there's.
Sorry, is that yes?
That's correct. There is a lobby, and then my office was at the far end of the building.
Now, towards the end of the meeting, let me rephrase it. At some point when you called, someone notify you about something that made you go back down to the basement?
I was notified to go back down and help with the last parts of the meeting.
Who notified you to go back down?
I believe it was Mr. Hudson.
Are you aware of whether Mr. Hudson, or do you remember if you yourself made phone calls to either Mr. Sandler or Chairperson Cox
I did not.
that day? You did not?
Nope.
You don't know if Mr.
I do not.
Mr. Hudson did?
Nope, I do not. His office was on the top floor of the building. And so if we were in our offices, we didn't come across each other.
Now, when you went back to the basement, what did you, you went back to the basement, right?
Correct.
What did you see when you went back to the basement?
They were passing out the signature page. It was lying on a table. I remember just that page.
Can I show you
Triple
exhibit
that.
B again? That's exhibit B, which is again, page 3 of People's 11.
Yep.
Was that the document you believe?
That's the document I believe I saw. I believe I saw 3 copies of the same page. It was only this page. And it was on a circular table, and we were having folks go around the circle signing the 3 copies of it.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. You said we have people go around. I couldn't hear the word that you used.
I think he said we.
Yeah, well, I was asked to help get folks to sign it, and so it was the people I remember in the basement at the time.
No, my
He said
question
we.
is just, was it the word we?
It was we.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, come back to me for a second. So you said a couple things. You said that this was the signature page. You said that there were 3 copies of it.
Correct.
So that same page though, Defendant's Exhibit B, you saw 3 copies of that same page.
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't see any other documents besides the
I
signature?
did not.
So for instance, just to be clear, I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 11. And starting with page 2, where it states, you see on page 2 where it says certificate of the votes of the 2020 electors from Michigan.
Mhm.
Do you see where it says we the undersigned being the duly elected and qualified electors? Do you see that?
I do.
Was this document with the signature page when you looked in the basement?
I do not recall that document being with Exhibit B.
This page, you don't recall
I do
page,
not recall that. Exhibit B.
for the record, that's page 2 of People's 11. Thank you very much. You know who took the signature pages after the elector signed it, if anybody?
Sean Flynn.
And did Mr. Flynn, after the meeting was concluded, make any comments to you about this, what he had to do with this document?
He did.
What did he say?
He said that, to paraphrase, he said, can you believe I have to send this to the Secretary of State, Vice President's office, and the National Archives?
How did you respond to that, if you responded at all?
I was just kind of taken aback by that.
What did you understand him to mean by asking you, can you believe I have to send this document to those places? What did you understand him saying?
It was, to me, it seemed kind of, I don't know, boastful that like it was a big thing that he had to do that.
Okay, so was he, I don't want to put words in your mouth, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying he was boastful or proud of it?
Proud of it.
Not, because I didn't understand when you said this statement before, if you meant it like he was saying, oh, I gotta do this.
No, it was
Like a bad way, but it was in more of a
It
positive.
was kind of shocked by the circumstances.
So. Was he shocked in a good way, bad way?
No, more in a good way. He seemed excited.
Okay. That's helpful. Did you ever hear Sean Flynn explain to these electors this page?
I did not.
And I'm talking, when I say this page, I mean page 2 of People's Exhibit 11, formerly People's Exhibit 14.
I did not.
And you never heard Sean Flynn, or did you ever hear Sean Flynn explain, or anybody explain to these electors, hey, to be a duly elected elector, that means that you have to have a certificate of ascertainment signed by the governor of the state.
I did not.
You ever hear anyone discuss what it means legally to be a duly elected elector?
I did not.
And during that meeting that you had the day before, was Stu Sandler, the lawyer from Michigan, the Michigan Republican Party, Chairperson Cox, Chairwoman Cox, and Troy Hudson, did anyone discuss the need to explain that to the electors, what a duly elected elector means?
I did not.
That wasn't discussed.
That was not discussed.
Now, at some point after this all concluded, well, let me finish the story. So you went back down, they signed the documents. What happened after that? You said Sean Flynn took the documents and made the statement to you, right?
Correct.
And then after he made that statement to you, what happened next?
Well, prior to us leaving the basement, one of the reasons Troy had asked me to go back down was we were told that on the day before the initial call, one of the concerns that the chairwoman and Mr. Sandler had was that this meeting could be misconstrued as a meeting of the electors. Again, they were signing, my understanding was they were to sign an affidavit saying that they were willing to serve as the electors if evidence was found.
So a contingent.
A contingent. So when Troy came to my office, he told me that he had heard that there was a plan to walk down to the state capitol. And we needed to do what we could to derail that from occurring. And so when I was down in the basement, I made an announcement, and I'm not sure how many people heard me, but I said, I understand that some people are planning to go to the Capitol. We are not asking, as in the Michigan Republican Party, asking you to do that. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, don't do it. And so some people did not do that.
It was never your, or was it never your intention to get any of these people in trouble for coming and showing up at that meeting that day?
No.
You've already explained the two purposes. I'm not gonna go back into that. Did anything that you saw though that day, December 14, 2020, make you believe that this meeting was being done for some other purpose besides those two purposes that you talked about in the conference call with Stu Sandler?
While I was in my office, during the meeting going on, footage was leaking out from other states showing, I believe it was Pennsylvania, showing that their electors were claiming to be the electors. Some camera crews had gotten into those meetings. And then when Mr. Flynn said his comment as we were leaving, I started to become more concerned about what may have occurred at the meeting.
Did you ever hear any of the electors themselves talking about trying to commit any kind of crime or fraud?
I did not.
And at some point, because of everything that well, let me wrap up that day. So you made the announcement to the electors. Were all the, do you think most of the electors, you probably didn't count them, but were most of the electors, you think, still in the basement when you made that announcement?
They were all still in the basement.
And I just want to finish my question. The announcement that the Michigan Republican Party wasn't asking them to go to the Capitol.
Correct.
And did anything else of note happen today? What happened after that?
After that, they dispersed in the parking lot and we shut down and folks went home.
You didn't have, or did you have any involvement in renting a room at the Radisson Hotel and
I did not.
pizza or hot chocolate or anything like that?
I did not.
Did you know that was happening? That was being done?
I did not know.
I mean that day.
I didn't know that occurred until I heard about it in the newspaper.
And speaking of newspapers, it's a good segue. At some point, did you reach out to a newspaper reporter or some kind of media?
I did.
And when did you reach out to a reporter?
That would have been in January of 2022.
And why did you do that?
Objection relevance.
No, this is, I'm not listening to testimony that was admitted in the last go around. It's going to, why he reached out, he's going to articulate why he believes that these electors were doing their duties, and they weren't doing the illegal, so that could be,
The-
it bothered him enough to call
The
the,
testimony you're listening will go to intent.
yeah, everybody's intent, his belief of what was supposed to happen that day, it's part of the story. It's relevant, it was introduced before, I don't know why there's objections.
Well, I'm pretty sure I objected last time. One, this witness's statements over a year later about his beliefs about guilt or innocence are not relevant. His opinions about whether these.
No, I'll withdraw the question, I don't wanna waste time. I'll withdraw the question, I'll ask a different question. You win that one before, I'll move on. I'm not gonna ask you, well, I'm just gonna ask you, did something, let's see if this question. Did the events bother you? The events that unfolded afterwards bother
Objection.
you enough to call a report?
Objection, relevance.
The events, what events were you talking about? You talking about?
Yeah, everything you saw and the fact that these people got charged. I wanna ask about, that. What happened when you found out they were charged, what did you do and why did you do it? Because he's gonna articulate, I think with that question, he'll articulate what we've gotten. Your Honor, there are only, let's see, 2 people that we've heard.
All right, listen, you withdrew your last question. I was going to overrule her objection. and You're the one who withdrew your question.
Then I'll ask it again.
Thank you. Objections overruled.
Did you at some point reach out to a reporter?
I did.
Why?
So a story had come out in the Detroit News that detailed some of what had occurred that day. It was around the time that the Attorney General's office was referring the case to federal prosecutors. And I thought that it made the Electors slate look more culpable than they were that day. I thought that they had been.
Let him finish.
I haven't said anything.
You can finish.
That they had been.
I know how you feel though. She stands up. You want to step up.
That they had been following the advice of lawyers that day. And that I thought that needed to be put out there because I thought that they were not ultimately the responsible parties.
Mayor, I have to object to that answer. This witness has testified he wasn't even present for the majority of the meeting. He has no personal knowledge or foundation to render that opinion.
I don't agree with that.
No personal knowledge as to what the purpose of the meeting was, or
No, as to what actually occurred in that meeting, what was said, who said it, what they decided to do, what they did not decide to do. He was not there for the meeting. Therefore, to go back in time and say, well, I feel like they were following the orders of attorneys. He wasn't there. He doesn't even know if any attorneys were speaking other than the fact that Sean Flynn opened the meeting. So he is not competent.
He said that he actually had them sign the documents. I don't know why he wasn't there enough to give his testimony about what happened.
Well, he wasn't,
but
but
he was able to tell us who opened up the meeting. He said he took the people up to the electors up 2 by 2 to sign a document. He was able to identify that he didn't see one document next to the other document. He knew the purpose of the meeting because he had some role in organizing that meeting. So why is it that his understanding of what the purpose of that meeting is now not relevant?
it's not the purpose of the meeting. It's his opinion on the defendant's actions and their culpability. The going up 2 by 2 to sign a document, if I'm understanding the witness's testimony correctly, that was the document that was being supported by the Michigan GOP.
I understood that to be his.
And if I'm understanding the witness's
His
testimony
testimony.
correctly, he was in the basement for no more than 5 to 10 minutes after the meeting started. He was up in his office and did not go back down until he was called down to the end of the meeting where the defendants are signing a document. So everything that happened in between, he was not a party to. Therefore, he is not in a position to render an opinion on who said what, who may have been misled or any of that.
Were you a party to anything else happening in the meeting, sir?
I was not.
What rendered your opinion as to why you believe that these individuals were being were held culpable to something you don't believe they should be held culpable?
Because I felt I had been misled that day about what that meeting was about.
You weren't at the, oh, sorry, I can't talk to the witness. He wasn't at the meeting. He was in the building.
You saw the meeting start, you saw Flynn start it. He was
Were you
there
at the
from
meeting,
beginning.
sir?
I was there for the first part of the meeting and I was there at the end of the meeting.
So you were there for portions of the meeting?
For the first 5 to 10 minutes of the meeting and for the very end of the meeting.
And so you heard discussions that took place during those first 5 to 10 minutes and the end of the meeting?
I did.
Your
Okay.
Honor, I believe the witness testified that he was at the meeting long enough for Sean Flynn to discuss selecting a chairperson and a secretary. And upon information and belief from the last exam, the witness said he missed roughly an hour of the meeting
Okay.
before he went back.
Sounds like it goes to wait and argue. but-
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was gonna say. It goes to your objections argument.
I'm just saying there's a lack of foundation for him to render this opinion.
I would
Well,
just offer.
He didn't render his opinion that he gave to the media?
Yeah.
That was for him to render to the media. He is eliciting testimony not about the opinion he gave to the media, and assuming the purpose of this was.
I want to know why he was so upset that he would call the media and he would say, hey, I was misled also. He should be able to explain that he felt that he was misled, these other people were misled. He was part of the whole day. I don't understand what the foundational.
Then
issue
I
is.
don't see how that's
It's
much different from portions of Mr. Renner's testimony, that he believed that this is not the first time we've heard similar testimony.
So Mr. Renner was
Insofar-
at the meeting.
Insofar if he's testifying from personal knowledge, I think it should be permitted. It's not
Well, we
speculative.
can't discover that there's personal knowledge if you can't even ask the question without there being an objection, so.
Without,
He was there for portions of the meeting. He doesn't have to be there for the entirety of the meeting to formulate some idea about his impressions of what he heard. And he can take that into consideration if we're gonna consider the totality, that he also helped organize this meeting.
making my objections. for
Your
the record,
objection
Your
was
Honor.
noted and overruled.
Thank
You
you.
can proceed, counsel.
Thank you. You said that you felt that you were misled and that caused you to feel what? You kind of stopped in your answer. Can you finish your answer?
Why?
I don't want to lead you in
I felt angry.
angry. Why?
Well, because I think it's, I've stated in previous testimony. I think that lawyers are in a position of authority, especially in the campaign world, where we rely on our counsel to tell us what to do in a lot of situations and make sure that we are within compliance with the law. And I felt like what had occurred that day was not what I was told, and something had happened that was illegal.
You made statements before that you thought Sean Flynn took advantage of these electors.
I did,
You still feel that way?
I do.
And how do you think you took advantage?
Again,
Or is it the same answer? I don't want to.
well, no, I think that there was a lot of things going around at that point about the election and about what had occurred. And folks believed that they were fulfilling their responsibility that day. Correct.
I don't have any further questions.
That's calling this witness.
Good morning, my name's Trudy David Gilbert. Do you know Mr. Ken Thompson?
I do,
And you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
How well do you know him?
Oh, we're acquaintances.
And did you see him at the meeting on December 14th?
I did,
And do you recall about what time he got there?
I do not.
Can you give me an estimate, early, late?
Everything happened mid-morning.
And is it your understanding that he was an alter or replacement?
That was my understanding.
Do you know when he was in, like, asked to be a replacement?
I do not.
Do you know who asked him to be a replacement?
I do not.
Do you recall if you were the one that let him in the building?
I may have been, again, there was multiple people showed up that day.
Fair. Do you recall if he was one of the electors you took out?
I may have went up again.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman, I'm Dave Paulman. I represent Mr. Cho in this matter. We ever met before?
We have not.
I don't think I've ever seen you either. I've heard your name. Do you know Mr. Cho?
I do.
And you see him here today?
I do.
And he was at the meeting, right?
He was.
Okay. Based on what you observed and everything you see, do you believe my client thought he was committing a crime or intending to defraud anyone?
I can't say that much. I don't know.
Okay, so because you can't read his mind, can you?
Correct.
And I just want to make clear on exhibit, the signature page, you said there were 3 copies
Correct.
on the table.
Correct.
And electors came up like one at a time or a few
No,
at
it
a
was
time?
it was in a group.
In a group, and then they all signed, did they sign all 3 copies?
Yep, they went around in a circle
Okay.
signing.
So there are 3 original signature pages then?
I believe so.
Okay. So you don't know where those ended up?
My understanding was that they were to be sent to the Vice President, the Secretary of State, and the National Archives.
Okay. And just to be clear, that first page that you were shown by Mr. Bellata, which was page 2 of exhibit 11, that had the writing on it, the certificate of votes of electors for 2020. That page was not attached to the signature page.
It was not.
Did you even see it on the table
I
that
did
was
not
sitting
sit
there?
on the table.
Okay. Did you see copies of it being handed out to everybody at the meeting?
I did not.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kevin Kiefsky. I represent Mr. Frost. Did you happen to know Mr. Frost personally?
I've met him once or twice.
Okay. One place you met him was December 14th, 2020 at the GOP headquarters on Seymour Street, Lansing, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you testified a few moments ago that you felt deceived or angry. Is that your testimony?
Correct.
And you reached out to the media?
I did.
Okay. Specifically the Detroit News?
Correct.
Okay. And when it came to the media, did you talk to anyone else to express your anger or your effectively your belief that you were bamboozled?
Within the media?
After you spoke to the media, did you talk to any other people?
I did.
Okay. And with whom did you speak?
I spoke with a gentleman, Dan George, from the January 6th committee.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
The same thing I've said in my testimony today.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Ms. Cox indicating your anger or your belief that you were misled?
I did not.
Okay. What about any individuals from the Trump campaign?
I did not.
So no emails, no phone calls, no text messages to any of those individuals?
No.
Okay. Have you spoken with Mrs. Cox since that particular day?
I have.
Have you had conversations about the particular incident on December 14th, 2020?
I have not.
Okay. You spoke a little bit, I believe, about the standard operating procedure about how meetings are conducted at the GOP headquarters. You recall your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you used the term gavel in, right?
Yep.
Is there a sign-in sheet typically when it comes to the meeting that individuals would sign if they're attending a meeting?
There is not.
Okay. And did you testify earlier that there was a president and a secretary that were appointed for the purposes of this meeting?
I believe it was a chairperson secretary.
Chairperson secretary, thank you. That particular secretary, do you know what the role of the individual was?
I do not.
Okay. Did you see the secretary take down any notes?
I did not, but I was not there for the
Right. I'm only asking you to talk about this from your own personal knowledge.
I did not.
do you happen to know that when it comes to the secretary, if any minutes were produced?
I do not.
Okay. And typically, when it comes to the MIGOP headquarters, if you had a meeting there, would there be minutes produced from meetings?
So would be.
Okay. You just don't know if minutes were produced for this particular meeting?
Correct.
Okay. In the meeting on December 14th, 2020, is it my understanding from your testimony, am I correct, that only certain people were allowed in the meeting?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you happen to know the name of the, or the types of individuals that were permitted to attend the meeting?
The Electors, Slate, and Mr. Flynn.
Okay. Anyone else, such as members from the Trump campaign?
In addition to Mr. Flynn, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And did you see a list about who was allowed to be in or out of this particular meeting?
I do not.
Okay. Were you given instructions at all about who was to be admitted or not?
That day, the only people that were to be admitted to the building were the electors.
Okay. And you learned that particular directive from whom?
From Chairwoman Cox and Mr. Sandlin.
And how did they communicate that to you?
They said the day before that we wanted to make sure that this was kept.
On the conference call?
Yes, on the
Okay.
conference call.
I believe that you said that when it comes to the MIGOP headquarters from your own testimony, that it wasn't just MIGOP workers there, correct? That would normally
Correct.
function? Who else was there?
There were, Mr. Flynn was there, an additional lawyer, and then I believe there were people in the conference room, but I could hear folks, I did not see them.
Okay. Did the Trump campaign have offices or rent space or use space in the MIGOP headquarters?
They used space.
Okay. And for what period of time did they have an operation or an office there at the MIGOP headquarters?
When you say Trump campaign, in what role? If we're talking about staffers that the Trump campaign had on the ground that served a dual purpose with the RNC in an electoral role, they had been on the ground probably for a good year before that. In terms of a lawyer being present, it would have been late summer, probably August.
So there was a lawyer from the Trump campaign present at the MIGOP headquarters since the summer preceding the election.
Correct.
And what is your understanding that that attorney did, or what was the role of that attorney?
What I was told was the Trump lawyer.
I'm not asking what you were told. I'm just asking your understanding.
My understanding was that he was there to organize our election day efforts.
Okay. And how did you obtain this understanding? By speaking with someone?
Yes.
With the lawyer himself?
No.
Who did you speak with to get that understanding?
It was announced in one of our senior staff meetings.
Okay. The building that you guys are on or in at the time in Seymour Street, the MIGOP headquarters, did it have a surveillance system to the best of your knowledge?
It did.
Okay. And the surveillance system would record or not record video footage that it took?
It would record video footage.
Okay. Have you ever utilized that equipment or have any knowledge about how it works?
We utilized it several times when our building was tagged with graffiti. So yes.
Oh, you've had incidents at the MIGOP headquarters where you have been vandalized?
Correct.
Okay. Anything during the 2020 election season?
There were 2 incidents of tagging that I can recall.
Okay. I won't really get into them. But when it comes to that particular video footage, do you happen to know how long that would normally be stored for retrieval?
I don't.
Okay. When the building was tagged, as you were talking about 2 times during the 2020 election cycle or thereabouts, you reported these incidents to law enforcement?
That's what I was told.
Is it your understanding that when it comes to the footage that was provided to law enforcement?
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay. Do you happen to know, maybe not a precise time, if you do, wonderful, but just more so of a time frame, how much time went by between the tagging incident for any of these tagging incidents, and when the footage was produced and given to law enforcement? Was it instantaneous? Did it take a while?
It was both times, I believe it was within 48 hours.
Okay. Do you happen to know what individuals or which individuals had access to the recording system?
It would have been Henrietta Toe, who was our compliance officer.
Okay. And just so that I can gain some additional understanding and clarity regarding your testimony prior to the next question when I ask, was it your testimony that, well, actually, let me just phrase it this way. This particular document that you saw signed, it was to go where, or what was to happen with that document?
What I was told was it was to go.
Oh, your understanding.
My understanding.
Okay.
Was it was to be sent to the Secretary of State, the National Archives, and the Vice President.
And when it comes to that particular understanding, how did you obtain that understanding?
I was told by Sean Flynn.
And Mr. Flynn works for whom or is associated with whom?
He worked with the Trump campaign.
Okay. Did any of the electors give you an understanding that this was going to be sent to the National Archives, Secretary of State, Washington, D.C., anyone?
They did not.
Okay. What about any members of the MIGOP?
They did not.
Okay. So you heard this, or I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. You obtained this understanding on December 14th, 2020, or when did you obtain that understanding?
That would have been December 14th, correct?
Okay. And you didn't hear anything about transmitting these particular documents or any documents either before or after. It's only at that particular meeting, correct?
That is correct.
From Mr. Flynn.
That is correct.
Okay. You spoke to the media, so you already testified. Did you ever talk to law enforcement?
I spoke with the Attorney General's office in February of 2023.
Okay. And with what persons or which persons did you speak with?
Howard Shock, and then there was an additional agent, but I do not recall his name.
But you believe that individual is part of the Michigan Attorney General's office or state law enforcement, correct?
That is correct.
And I think you testified just maybe a few minutes back that you also testified or provided information to the January 6th Commission?
I did.
Okay. Did you talk to any federal law enforcement about any of this?
I did not.
Okay. When you spoke with Detective Shock or the good folks at the Michigan Attorney General's office, did you have an attorney present?
I did not.
Okay. Your Honor, no further questions.
Your Honor, can we take 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes?
I'm not gonna move, 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. the meeting was going to be?
What I was told it was going to be was the day before, on January 13th, when I was told that it was for them to sign an affidavit saying that they were willing to serve as electors.
And that's during the conference call, right?
That is correct.
Who, the term affidavit,
Yes.
okay, I want to focus in on that. Did anybody specifically use that term during the conference call?
I believe both Laura Cox and Stu Sandler did.
Stu Sandler is a lawyer, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember the context? Was there anything specific about the term affidavit that was important to you?
No, we, especially post-election, we had probably had hundreds of affidavits signed about election things. So again, it was a term that was being thrown around the office quite a bit at that point.
You know if that term was ever communicated to any of the electors?
I don't.
And your understanding is that this affidavit, as you understood it to be, this, whatever this document, was supposed to be a contingent sort of document, correct?
Correct.
Explain what that meant.
If there was evidence found that could, in a court of law, prove that something had happened and Trump had indeed won Michigan, that these folks would be willing to serve as Michigan's electors.
How is the purpose of the meeting communicated to the electors?
I don't know. I wasn't part of this conversation.
But you do know who had the conversations with the electors to bring them there, correct?
It was my understanding that it would be Troy Hudson and his deputy local director, Stu Foster.
And Hudson was on the conference call that you were on, correct?
Correct.
And Hudson was on the call, and that during that call, the term affidavit and contingency, that was discussed, correct?
That's what was discussed. Correct.
So is it safe, sound reasonable to you that the purpose of that meeting might have been communicated by Hudson and Foster to the electors?
It may have been.
During that call, was there any mention of Sean Flynn being involved in the meeting?
I can't recall.
Was there any reference to Kenneth Chesbro during that call?
No.
So I'd like to talk specifically about Mr. Flynn's role or the activities that you saw Mr. Flynn involved in on December 14th. Starting with when you first got there, you've mentioned that Flynn talked to Northern, correct?
Correct.
What else did Flynn do? As specific as you can be.
He was in the conference room when I first got there. Again, he was preparing various documents and things like that. I wasn't in the same room as him, so I can't.
So let me stop you there. He was preparing various documents. Could you explain what that was all about?
He was just assembling documents and things like that. When the little I saw of him, he was gathering up papers and whatnot, but we weren't in the same room most of the time.
So were those papers that you did see him gathering up, were those ultimately the papers that were signed eventually?
I don't know.
Okay, so other than seeing him in the basement, or in addition to seeing him in the basement preparing documents, what else did you see him do?
That was specifically, and our interactions were limited to.
That's all you saw him do?
Well, again, it was our interactions that day, from what I recall, were limited to before the meeting, the incident with.
Okay, maybe I'm not clear. I'm asking you very, very specifically, with your two eyes.
Yes.
You've testified that you saw Flynn talk to Northern, correct?
Correct.
You saw Flynn preparing documents in the basement, correct?
Correct.
What else did you see with your eyes Flynn do?
I saw him start the meeting in the basement.
How?
He called everyone to attention and started to speak.
And what's the significance? I believe you use the term gabbled in.
Yes.
What is that?
That's usually when you start a meeting, call it gaveling in. That's the time that a meeting begins.
Okay. Does that mean like a gavel like the judge has on her bench there?
No, it can be symbolic. For example, it's just the start of a meeting. It could be a PTO meeting. Any meeting, the start time is when it's gaveled in.
Okay, all right. So so it's fair to say that the person that gavels in or starts the meeting is, at that point, at least at that point, is leading the meeting.
Correct.
Okay. So you see him leading the meeting. Do you see him communicate verbally with the electors?
Yes.
What else do you see him do that day?
At the end of the meeting, I see him gather up the documents. We go upstairs together.
Let me time you out there. Was that the same documents that you saw him assembling
That
at
was
the
the,
beginning?
I don't know. I
Okay,
didn't see
all right.
what
Go
was
ahead.
on those other documents.
Go ahead. So you see him assembling the documents. What else do you see him?
I see him gather up the pieces of paper at the end, and we went upstairs together and he made his comment to me.
Okay. Now, when you say upstairs together,
To the
Help me
main
un-
floor.
help me understand the timing of when this sort of 2x2 procession goes to sign that first document.
It would have been after folks arrived, there was a little bit of time between the arrival of some folks and the time that the other documents that were being assembled in the lobby were put together. And so then we had folks go up and down and do that. And then the meetings after that was done, then the meeting in the basement started.
So is it fair to say there's sort of like two phases of what goes on there? There's the phase that leads up to and culminates with Elector signing some document in 2x2 fashion.
Correct.
We'll call that phase one.
Correct.
Then phase two would be from the time that Flynn gavels in the meeting in the basement.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know where the other lawyer from Hillsdale was during the meeting that was in the basement?
I don't.
Did you see about how many people were in that room at the time of the meeting in the basement?
From what I recall, it was the Elector candidates and Mr. Flynn, but he could have been in a corner. There wasn't. The room was intentionally kept to the Electors and Mr. Flynn. So I don't know if there was someone else present that I may have missed, but I do not recall seeing anyone else.
Okay. There could have been other people there. You just maybe didn't see them. Is that
Could
fair
be.
to say? Okay. The document that was signed upstairs in the 2x2 fashion, do you know who prepared that document?
I don't know who prepared it. I know that a copy there was a flaw in one of the documents. And so our Henrietta Toe, who again handled our compliance, she also handled the other administrative duties. I know she printed an additional copy, but again, I don't know if she prepared it. She may have just been told to print it.
Okay. What is the compliance officer? What does that mean? Help me understand that term.
Compliance officer, so in campaign politics, especially when you're a state party, you're dealing with different buckets of money. So you've got money that can go to federal campaigns, you've got state campaigns, and in some cases, more rarely, you might even have local campaign finance laws. Your compliance officer is the person who makes sure that you're not breaking any campaign finance laws.
Okay. All right. So the compliance officer, Henrietta, I can't remember the last name, but she actually prints off a copy of this document that was part of the 2x2 procession.
Correct.
You say? Correct.
That's correct.
All right. So you were directly involved in having the electors sign the document in the basement, correct?
That's correct.
What exactly was your involvement?
I had people come up as a group and I was just making sure that they were signing everything. I was told to make sure that all the documents were signed.
Who told you to do that?
I believe it was Sean Flynn.
Now, was there anything particularly complex about this that Sean Flynn couldn't handle that on his own?
No, but again, I was asked to help out administratively, and so I just helped.
So you were upstairs in your office at some point, and then you were asked to come down to help with the signing?
No, I was
Okay.
asked by Troy Hudson to come down because the meeting was wrapping up and there was a concern that folks may be going to the Capitol.
And you understood there to be a concern at the time that you left your office to go downstairs. Troy had communicated to you, hey, I'm concerned that they're going to the Capitol. Fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. And after you learned of Troy's concern, you go into the basement, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you assist in the electors signing the documents,
Correct.
correct? So you had no concern, you weren't personally concerned that anything inappropriate was going to happen with the documents that were being signed, did you?
No.
If you did, you wouldn't have helped them sign it.
Correct.
So I think that you testified that you became concerned at some point because you were watching some things on the media and it looked like some things were happening in other states.
Correct.
Concerning their electors, and I think you mentioned specifically Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And you also mentioned that you were also concerned because Sean Flynn had told you something to the effect that I've got to send these things to the vice president and to the National Archives, and there was a third entity. Those things were of concern to you, correct?
That's right.
Was that after the group had left to go to the Capitol or before?
That would have been, well, putting two and two together, it would have been after.
Okay. And so what did you do when you had that concern?
But at that point, I didn't do anything.
Okay. So pulling back the lens back a little bit to the general atmosphere on December 14th, 2020. Were you aware of a variety of controversies that Republicans in Michigan were concerned about concerning the integrity of the election?
I was.
What were some of those controversies that you were aware of?
There was concerns over issues with voting machines in Antrim County. There was concerns about how voting absentee processing had gone down at what was then Provo Hall. There were other concerns about smaller storage from around the state, but
was there also, were you aware that there was pending litigation?
I was.
What was that all about?
Well, there was, at that point, the Trump campaign had several different lawsuits going on related to cases around the country. That's why it made sense to me that they said that they were doing something that was, if one of these was successful, they'd be willing to serve as electors.
And there was actually a lawsuit going on at the time here in Michigan, correct?
I can't recall.
Okay. Do you remember if it was ever discussed by anyone? Did you hear anybody talking about any of these controversies on December 14th inside the Seymour Street building?
I don't recall.
So I think that you testified that you felt that the electors were following the advice of lawyers, correct?
Correct.
What lawyers specific?
Mr. Flynn.
What about anybody else?
Again, I think the MIGOP had supposedly prepared a document. I didn't go through the documents, but we did have them sign something, so this would have been our lawyer as well.
And well, and you also participated in them signing this document with Mr. Flynn, correct? Okay. Is it common knowledge among, I mean, these electors are people that are of significance because their various congressional districts say, hey, go be a member of the Electoral College, fair to say?
Mhm.
You have to either say yes or no, you can't just mump or make an argument.
Yes, it was a little different in this cycle though.
Okay,
And I would have to go back and see how it all unfolded, but my recollection was due to COVID at the time, instead of having each congressional district separately elect someone, we pushed forward a slate. Now, I don't know if the congressional delegations made recommendations, but the slate was put forward at a convention down at the Renaissance Center in August of that year.
okay. It was a common knowledge within people within the Republican Party that, for example, there was an attorney, Stu Sandler, who gave advice to the party.
Oh, yes, his appointment has to be voted on by the State Central Committee.
Okay. And it was a common knowledge that Sean Flynn was an attorney.
Oh, yes.
Now, you said that you met with Howard Schock, and I think you said that was in February of 2023. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you advise Mr. Schock that you believe that the electors were following the advice of lawyers?
I said that I believe many of the people there were there simply because they were asked and following the advice of lawyers.
You told that specifically to Schock.
I did.
You said something on during one of the other attorneys asking questions, and I think I got it right. I think you said, quote, I felt misled that day.
I did.
About what?
Again, seeing what was happening around the country with some of these others where they were saying that this was a legitimate slate of electors. And then Mr. Flynn's statement that he had to send it off to certain folks. I thought maybe something had transpired differently in the basement than I understood what was supposed to transpire.
And who do you feel misled?
I don't know. I was told one thing by a certain group of people and that did not happen. I'm not sure if they knew what was going to happen or they didn't, but at the end of the day,
who was in this certain group of people?
Well, Laura Cox, Stu Sandler, they were in that one group that told me one thing and then another thing happened.
So, and in general terms, what is it that they told you?
Again, that the elector slate would be meeting to sign a document, affidavit that said that they were willing to serve as electors if it was found that Trump was a mistake.
And that's what you were told during this conference call, correct?
That's correct.
And Hudson was on the conference call, and Hudson was one of the people that was calling the electors to get them to commit, correct?
That's correct.
Did you tell Howard Schock, the investigator, that you felt misled?
If I didn't say those exact words, I'm sure I alluded to it.
You got the idea.
Yes.
Now, I want to understand something. You said you started to talk about lawyers are in a position of authority, especially in the campaign world.
Right.
Can you elaborate a little bit on what that means for us non-political people?
Well, with every document that's produced by a political party that you disseminate to the public, it has to have things like a disclaimer on it saying where that came from. Now that sounds very simple, but the state has a different disclaimer than the federal government. There's a different disclaimer for if you use what's called corporate money rather than donations from you or other citizens. So because of that, as well as things with, you're always skirting, because there's a lot of hyperbole in politics, if you haven't noticed. You're
In
always.
the courtroom too. so-
Yeah, you're always very,
Move to strike.
you're always very close to possible defamation. And so lawyers review almost everything that we produce that goes out to the public. If it's not significant enough that you're concerned that it would need to be reviewed by a lawyer, at least the compliance officer is looking at it. So again, you're relying on opinions of others for whether or not you're breaking the law consistently. So again, if a lawyer tells you to do something, you do it because it's your best bet to stay on the right side of the law.
And is that pretty much common knowledge within, for lack of a better way of putting it, Michigan GOP operatives?
Oh, within the operatives, absolutely.
Okay. What about within people that are active within GOP politics, sort of out there in general public, like electors?
Probably, I don't know, some of them that would be more active, it probably would be, but again, not everyone is at the same level of activity. So for example, some folks that were there may have been former district chairs. They would have been very used to dealing with Henry, for example, and their compliance on things and getting things checked off from her with their local campaigns and local accounts.
So depending on the level, is it fair to say that depending on the level of involvement within Republican politics, that may have some bearing upon how much reliance somebody puts on what a lawyer tells?
Very much so.
Do you think that Northern tried to take advantage of you by trying to get into the building?
Of me personally,
Yeah.
no, I don't know him. He didn't know me, so
Okay.
why would it?
You mentioned senior staff meetings, I think when Mr. Krajewski was asking questions. I honestly forgot what the context of that was. Do you remember?
When I would have found out Sean Flynn was going to be the attorney for, that would have been announced during senior staff meeting.
How often were there those meetings?
We had 2 a week.
2 a week,
Yeah.
even during COVID?
During COVID, we actually met via phone, because at that point we were all dispersed. We actually met every weekday.
Every weekday?
Yeah, for a short meeting.
Okay. And was it somebody's responsibility to take minutes?
No.
So is it fair to say that your belief is that no one on December 14, 2020 knowingly committed a crime?
That's incorrect. I don't think, well, knowingly committed a crime. No, I don't think so.
Was one of the concerns about December 4th, that was part of the purpose of the December 14th meeting, was it a concern that Michigan could have been disenfranchised?
Yes.
Could you explain that?
So one of the concerns was if we didn't have a slate of electors to present on January 6th, or at least a group of people saying they were willing to be electors, that our state simply would not be counted.
How could that possibly happen?
Well, for example, let's say one of the trials was successful and our electors or people willing to represent us had not met on December 14th and filled out the application. Again, this is me, what I believe that day from the lawyers. if we did not have the people meet and fill out that they were willing to serve as electors, that if something came up in the next 3 weeks that showed that Biden had won Michigan, we wouldn't have a legitimate slate of electors, and so we simply wouldn't be counted. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I believed at the time.
And that was discussed in the conference room.
Correct.
That's the great big contingency.
Correct.
Nothing else, Your Honor? Thank you.
Questions?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Now, you laid out in direct a couple of concerns that were ever present regarding the Michigan election results leading up to the meeting for December 14, 2020.
Correct.
Given those concerns, one of the purposes of this meeting was just to sign a contingent document, correct?
That's what I understood.
Well, we're just talking about your understanding for
Yep.
right now, correct?
Correct.
And it was your understanding that the document that the electors were being asked, the Republican nominees were being asked to sign was just to say, if need be, we are ready, willing, and able to serve.
Correct.
They were not coming to the Michigan GOP to vote, correct?
Correct.
The document that the Republican nominees were brought up 2 by 2 to sign on the first floor, what happened to those documents?
I'm not sure.
You ever see them again after they were signed?
I did not.
Do you know what documents they were signing?
I do not.
And the second purpose of this meeting, along with the contingent document, was a form of a ceremony, is that correct?
That's what I was told.
To celebrate the Republican nominees for being Republican nominees, is that correct?
Correct.
We don't need to replace nominees that don't show up for a ceremony, right?
Again, my understanding was,
You don't need to replace Republican nominees for a
Objection, Your
ceremony,
Honor. I'm
correct?
gonna ask that she not interrupt the witness. Answer.
Well, his answer was not responsive.
Yeah, that's a yes or no question.
correct.
And were you involved in trying to find replacements?
I was not.
It was Sean Maddock, I believe that you said was trying to find replacements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you understand this meeting to be a formal meeting?
I did not understand the whole meeting now.
It was just sign the contingent document, have a little ceremony. Is it coffee, donuts, orange juice?
There was not,
There was no coffee, donuts, and orange juice?
not that I know of.
Now, you were there for the beginning of the meeting, correct?
Correct.
And at the beginning of the meeting, it was your testimony that Sean Flynn opened the meeting.
That's correct.
And as far as you heard, Sean Flynn talked about selecting a chairperson and a secretary.
That's correct.
And then you went up to your office and did not come back down until close to the end of the meeting, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you stated that that was almost an hour later, is that correct?
I believe so.
Do you know what happened at the meeting during that hour you were not there?
I don't.
Do you know if anyone else spoke?
I don't.
Do you know what they talked about?
I don't.
Do you know if they talked about any documents, any documents?
I don't.
And so it's fair to say that other than Sean Flynn opening the meeting and talking about a chairperson and a secretary, that's what you knew of the meeting before you come back down, correct?
That's correct.
And when you come back down, you said the electors were signing what is the third page of Exhibit 11, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, were you present for any conversations leading up to the signing of that page?
I was not.
Were you present to see if they talked about any other pages that would have been attached with that third page of Exhibit 11?
I was not.
When you came down, were Republican nominees already starting to sign that page?
I don't believe so. I think they were just concluding their meeting. They were about to start signing.
Did anybody seem hesitant about signing it?
They did not.
Did anybody refuse to sign it?
They did not.
Did anybody seem to be forced to sign it?
They did not.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, did you testify that at the point where you told Mr. Ian Norton he would not be permitted to attend the meeting, Ms. Sean Maddock interjected?
Yes,
And she stated that she had spoken to someone from the Trump campaign.
yes,
Is it fair to say you were not part of any conversation between Ms. Sean Maddock and another member of the Trump campaign?
I was not.
Is it fair to say you don't know if she's had many conversations with members of the Trump campaign that did not include you?
I do not.
You don't know if any other Republican nominees have had conversations with members of the Trump campaign that did not include you?
I do
correct?
not.
So that would be context that you would not have. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, it was Mr. Stuart Foster and Mr. Troy Hudson that actually called the electors to the meeting. Is that correct?
So I believe
And 14 of the 16 arrived, correct?
that is correct.
And Mr. Hudson and Mr. Foster are not lawyers, correct?
That is correct.
It was Ms. Maddock that insisted on the replacements. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Were the replacements admitted into the meeting,
Yes, they were.
even though there was supposed to be limited attendance limited only to the electors?
That is correct.
And Ms. Maddock's not a lawyer, right?
She is not.
So it was other people who were not lawyers who had influence at this meeting on December 14, 2020. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what advice did you hear that you believe these defendants relied on December 14, 2020?
Again, from what I understood, they were.
What
asked-
advice did you
Objection,
hear?
Your
I'm not
Honor,
objecting.
he's not being allowed to answer the question.
What's your objection?
The same thing, let him answer the question, and that was not a yes or no.
Well, he started to say from what I understood, and the question was, what did you hear?
No,
Well,
she
you let
said,
him-
what advice?
He said, what advice did you hear?
Yes.
He said, from what I understood, you didn't let him speak. You could
Ah.
follow up and ask him, did he hear that or did he understand that? But you
I
should let him-
apologize. I was a little aggressive.
Yeah, you should let him answer. Objection sustained.
I apologize, Mr. Zani.
They were told to sign the various documents.
They were told by you to sign some documents, correct?
They were.
Nothing further.
Okay, off the record. But you're not free to leave. Back on the record.
I think one question. Just on the timing. At the time that you're helping the elector sign the one signature page in the basement.
Mhm.
Did that happen prior to the time that Sean Flynn told you that the way that you described that he's gonna mail these
It
documents?
did.
Okay, and was that the first you heard that the documents were gonna be sent to the archivist?
It was.
And the Senate?
It was.
And that happened after the lectures had already signed, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. As far as you know, were any of the documents that were signed that day, were they filed or made public somehow? Do you know?
They became public later, but I don't believe they were at the time.
I mean, public as far as reported about by the press. What do you mean by public?
It was your question. Let's see what you meant.
I mean, like filing it, like filing it with an agency or doing anything with the documents.
I don't know. No, I don't.
All right, thank you. I know.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zammit. You may be excused. There's no additional defense witnesses?
No, Your Honor, the defense rests.
Thank you.
No witnesses or exhibits, Your Honor.
No.
Defense rests for cross.
Nothing at this time on behalf of the grand jury.
What does that mean at this time? I gotta ask.
Wondered if
because-
anybody was.
Are you planning to call witnesses at another time?
No, Ms.
Okay.
Sheridan and I read.
Okay, very good. Okay, so that will conclude this iteration of examination and consistent with the first six, there's an expectation that your arguments for or against bind over will be in writing. And my assumption is that you would like a transcript before you do that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct. Okay, so
Right now.
well, that's not gonna happen. I don't even know if we got the last sets done yet, and so that's why they've not got a briefing schedule yet. Because I don't know where the timeline is on getting these done. And I know Ms. Nash is getting assistance from another recorder for that purpose. So once I get a timeline for when your transcripts will be done, a briefing schedule will be set that will give you time to obviously review the 7 days or 6.5 days of testimony. And there is going to be consistency in the allotment of pages. And maximum is 50 pages that can be filed for your brief.
Including exhibits.
That does not include exhibits.
And this may be an obvious, dumb question, an obvious answer, but do you foresee the court is gonna render a written opinion?
I probably will not. You probably will be all ordered at the same time for my ruling. I'm not drafting.
It'll be delivered orally.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other issues before we conclude for today?
None for the people.
I just have a housekeeping question. So the video that I introduced as a defense exhibit, I've been in communication with Mr. Logan about how we might present that to court.
Right, I want all the exhibits to be provided to Ms. Logan so she can provide them.
Okay, I had difficulty trying to put that into a shared environment. I have technical people that help me with that.
Okay.
So we'll make sure that we get that squared away, get that.
I think she's got it for you already.
I'll communicate with her.
Okay, perfect, wonderful. And then all of the exhibits will be tendered, both defense and the prosecution exhibits at the time that the people filed their final argument.
Yes. Sorry, and I missed that last part. What
She's
was-
going to submit all of the exhibits that have been admitted together with her final argument.
Okay. Should I email the court defense exhibits?
Nope, Ms. Logan.
Oh, she does it all, okay.
Yeah, I think I have most of yours, but just email them
Yeah,
all.
make sure you have, but yeah.
Thank you.
Just to keep it all together, okay.
And Your Honor, if I may, just one point of inquiry, when it comes to the first cohort of preliminary exam participants, are you going to be rendering judgment for them separately, or are you going to be waiting until all cohorts, including the third cohort, are complete with their prelim?
I'm probably not doing it separately, but I don't know, because I don't know when I'm getting their transcripts yet, nor have I even gotten a, well, I don't know, I haven't gotten the transcript, so I can't give them a briefing schedule, so I have no idea where we are with that. And then I still have 3 remaining co-defendants that need to be set. So do I want to render rulings right now 2 to possibly 5 times? Because I don't know if those next 3 are all going to, I don't know what's going on with all of their individual situations, except for one. It was primarily a scheduling conflict. The other 2 were medical related. So I don't know what or how that impacts this, but my expectation is to do 1.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor.
No problem. And I just have a random question. Do you know Christina Kiewski?
Christina Kiewski is actually the name of my mother.